What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm MTGBudgetBrew, and welcome to today's stream. We're going to be brewing a turtle aggro deck. As you can see here, I already play tested around a little bit, and it did pretty well. I went with the Azorius colors, turtle aggro. You're just going to play some big turtles. They're known for having very little attack and tons of toughness, like Riptide Turtle, 0-5. Aegis Turtle, 0-5. Armored Whirl Turtle, 0-5. You get these bad boys out. You drop a high alert, so each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. And suddenly on turn 3, you could have 3 5/5 creatures to beat down your opponent with. And I've had that happen already, and it was very, very satisfying. However, I went with Azorius to start. I do think we're going to go to 3 colors. I think we need to. The rares that I decided to run in this deck were 2 copies of Teo, Aegis, Adept, because Teo's +1 ability says up to 1 target creature's base power perpetually becomes equal to its toughness. It perpetually gains. This creature can attack as though it didn't have Defender. All right, that works really well. We've got Riptide Turtle, it's a Defender, so it needs to be able to swing without Defender. High Alert helps it do that too. Right, and then turns all of our other turtles into 5/5s. But Teo does it permanently. So even after he's gone, they will still have base power 5, which is good. So I was running 2 copies of Teo because he's just solid. I was also running 2 copies of Plagon, Lord of the Beach. 2 in the blue for a 0/3 Starfish Wizard who is riding a turtle. When Plagon enters, you draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than its power, which is awesome. And then for a white or a blue, target creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power this turn. So, yeah, I decided to start off with Azorius, just go with High Alert. I threw in Huatli, the Sun's Heart, as well. It is 2 and then a hybrid Selesnya mana, so we'd be casting it for the white. And her static ability says each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So she still works in the deck. Yeah, so we have a bunch of ways to turn our creatures on. Walking Bulwark also has synergy with our deck. For 2 mana, until end of turn, target creature with Defender gains haste, can attack as though it didn't have Defender, and assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Walking Bulwark can target itself, so that way it can attack as though it didn't have Defender, and it swings as a 3/3. And then it works with Riptide Turtle, stripping the Defender off of it, making it a 5/5. However, Walking Bulwark does not synergize with Aegis Turtle nor Armored Whirl Turtle, because these 2 turtles, they are not defenders. Because they are not defenders, Walking Bulwark cannot target them, because it says until end of turn, target creature with Defender gains haste and all that stuff. Yeah, so it was okay, not perfect. Actually, it was doing pretty good. Actually, let me pull up my my Untapped. You can see that I went 5-2 with the deck. Pretty good start, pretty good showing. Especially for just messing around a little bit. Give me 1 sec. But anyway, there is another turtle that I saw and considered running, but had ultimately decided against, that I think I now want to change my mind back on. It is Bedrock Tortoise. 3 and a green for a 0/6 turtle. This says during your turn, creatures you control have hexproof, which is nuts. And that also says each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So I think Bedrock Tortoise would be a really good inclusion in the deck. And I think it would be better as 3 of our rares in the deck over Teo. And then I still want 1 copy of the Starfish. That gets us a card draw. I want 1 copy of Plagon, Lord of the Beach as one of our rares. Now, originally, I did not add Bedrock Tortoise because I don't like running 3 color decks on a budget. The mana base is just, it suffers a lot when you go up to 3 colors. For 2 colors, you can do all right, depending on which color combination. For instance, Azorius is really, really good because we have access to these reveal lands in Azorius colors that says, as this land enters, you may reveal a Plains or Islands card from your hand. If you don't, this land enters tapped. So we can have an untapped dual land in the deck, essentially. Almost, majority of the time comes in untapped, which is great. But not every color combination has this. And then when it comes to 3 colors, it gets just bad. You have to run a lot of tap lands, or you have to run additional cards in your deck for mana fixing. Lucky for us, though, we can run Fortified Village in this deck. This this will enter untapped as long as we have a force or plains, and that synergizes with Port Town, which says island or plains. As you can see, there is not one of these cards at an uncommon rarity for both green and blue, which would be the final color combination that we need for this deck. Like if this was available in uncommon, I would probably run 2 of these, 2 of the Fortified Villages, and 2 of the Port Towns, and then just run the rest as basic lands. Anyway, because we have the Port Towns and the Fortified Villages, which do overlap with white mana, I think we should be fine going with 3 colors. So because of that, we're going to include Bedrock Tortoise, and now we need our other cards that say toughness equal to, power equal to toughness. No, deal damage equal toughness. No, assign damage. Okay, so because we added green, normally you would add Assault Formation into the deck too. 1 in a green for an enchantment. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Pay a green. Target creature with Defender can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. And then for 3 mana, creatures you control get +0/+1 until end of turn. But actually, I'm going to run one of them. I'm going to run 1 Assault Formation as one of our rares. We're going to run 1 Plagon, Lord of the Beach, and then we're going to run 2 copies of Bedrock Tortoise. Let's see. So this is already 3 ways in our deck for our creatures to assign damage equal to their toughness. High Alert is going to be the other one. We're going to run a full play set. High Alert's great. 3 mana enchantment. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its power, to its toughness rather than its power. And creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have Defender. That's great. And then I'm probably still going to run 2 copies of Huatli, the Sun's Heart as well. With Huatli in the deck, or Huatli, we're at what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ways to assign damage equal to our toughness. That seems like a pretty good amount. I don't think I want to include Walking Bulwark in the deck. We'll see. We'll see if I want more creatures. But we are about to add 12 more creatures to our deck. So we should be fine. We're going to run a full playset of Aegis Turtle, Riptide Turtle, Armored Whirl Turtle. Other cards I want in the deck, I want Ossification. Just a really good early game removal spell. I want some Considers in the deck to help us find what we need. Let's see, what else would be good? I was running 2 Fading Hopes in my last deck. I like the idea of that still. And now we have 4 open card slots. So let me see what I was running in my other deck that I might want to slot in. It could be something for mana fixing. That could be an option. Oh, actually, we might want to run the Sacrifice lands. I think they're in the colors that we need. The Streets of Capenna lands. One of them, I'm almost certain, is in the color that we need. Yeah, Broker's Hideout. When it enters, sack it, search your library for forest, plains, or island card. That is actually nuts. We need a full playset of that for sure. And if we're running a full playset of that, I'm going to go down to 2 copies of Port Town, 2 copies of Fortified Village, and then we're going to go up to 4 copies of Broker's Hideout. Because the more Broker's Hideout we add to the deck, the less basics we have, and the less basics we have makes Fortified Village and Port Town worse because you have to reveal a Plains or Island card or a Forest or Plains card from hand. And Broker's Hideout is just land, right? Yeah. Okay, so let me pull up my other deck list. Let's see. I ran 4 Aegis Turtle, 4 Consider, 2 Fading Hope, 4 Walking Bulwark, 4 Ossification, 4 Riptide Turtle, 4 Armored World Turtle, 2 Plagons, 4 High Alerts, 2 Watleys, 2 Teos, 1 Suppression Ray, and then my lands. We have all those cards in the deck except for Teo. And I ran 24 lands. Am I missing one? Am I missing a turtle? 4 rares still in the deck, 2 copies of Watley. No, my deck list is just it's exactly the same. I just swapped the rares. Right? I swapped out 2 Teos for 2 Bedrock Tortoise. I swapped out 1 Plagon for 1 Assault Formation. And then literally the rest of the deck is the same. So I could just add in the Walking Bulwark. But let me see if there's another green turtle that we would want to run in place of the Bulwark. We could do Turtle Duck. That's an aggressive card. A 1-mana 0/4, which could effectively just, become a 4/4 in our deck. 1 green for 0/4 Turtle Duck, or Turtle Duck, which is Turtle Bird. You can pay 3 mana until end of turn. This creature has base power 4 and gains trample. It gains trample? That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I would run that over the Bulwark. I like the idea of adding more green to the deck, because right now we have a very, very small splash of green in the deck. But if we add a full playset of Turtle Duck, the amount of green we have in the deck is a lot closer to the amount of white we have in the deck. I have a ton of islands, though. We have a lot of blue in this deck. Let's see. I'm going to cut down 2 islands, go up 1 plains, go up 1 forest. We have 2 port towns, 2 fortified villages, 4 brokers hideouts. I think we're probably just good here. My only concern is that our mana base may be awkward since we decided to go up to a 3rd color, But we'll just have to see how it feels when we play some matches. I think we should be good, though. I like the Turtle Duck. I'm going to swap out our basics real quick. Let's see. What am I feeling? I'm feeling this forest. That one looks pretty cool. Oh, but its equivalent is the Vagina Island. I will pass. I don't want to run that one. Unstable? It is unstable, right? It's one of the uns. I think I'm going to go with one of whichever un this is. Grab those. Eight of you. The plains. Grab 4 of those bad boys. All right, let's hop into a match. Let's see how good or bad our mana base feels. That's the main thing I'm going to be testing out right now. And if it feels just too clunky, too awkward, too horrible, then I will probably just swap back to the Azorius deck and show that one off. All right, here we are in game number 1. Our opening hand is good. It's solid. We have access with the Broker's Hideout. We have access to all 3 colors of mana for our mana base, which is good. That was our biggest concern so far going into the first game. So we can Broker's Hideout on turn 1. Drop that, it sacks itself. We gain a life. We get to go fetch our island. And then turn 2. We can go Riptide Turtle. Into turn 3, we could go into Huatli if we want to swing already. If not, we could set up more. We could set up a second creature with Armored Whirl Turtle. Ooh, let's see. Assault Formation. We could play Assault Formation and Consider here. Do I want to set up... I think I'm just going to set up the second creature. Our opponent is playing Shrines, and they're playing Old Shrines. It says you can pay 1, discard a land or a land card or shrine card, deal X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control. We don't have to worry about that. He paid 1 to buff his Goshentai of Boundless Vigor. Now if we go Assault Formation, we can try to Fading Hope his Goshentai of Boundless Vigor. If we bounces back to his hand. Turtle Duck. Do I need the Turtle Duck? I think I want another land. I'm going to scry that to the bottom. We were able to successfully bounce his Goshentai, so we're able to connect for 5 damage. Which is okay. We weren't able to swing with Riptide Turtle because we need to pay a green. The Assault Formation, we have to pay a green mana for the Riptide Turtle to attack because it has Defender. Here, he has a Goshentai of Hidden Cruelty. That has Death Touch, that is concerning. I'm going to start with Consider. We're going to Surveil 1. I want to find an Ossification to remove the Goshentai. Don't want that. Don't want to tap land. Find an island. The island's not bad. We can Assault Formation to allow Riptide Turtle to attack. And then we still have a blue mana up, so we can play an Aegis Turtle after this. We swing in with both of our 5/5s. Hopefully he blocks Riptide Turtle. He blocks correctly, which is a bummer. We deal another 5, we set our opponent down to 10, and we lose a turtle. But again, we got to develop an Aegis Turtle that turn. So we're fine. Opponent cast Sanctum of All. That's just game. That's just lethal. He didn't have a blocker. Hell yeah. All right. We got there. We're going to have to pay a green into Assault Formation to allow Riptide Turtle to swing. But after that, we could still cast Huatli. And Huatli's -3 is you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control, which is cool. So normally when this comes down, you can just -3 it and gain 5 life, which is pretty nice. All right, good game 1. That was solid. I'm gonna name this Turtle Aggro 2. All right, good game 1. Dang, dude. I made a Quandrix Bogles deck yesterday. I'm looking at the win rate. It's a lot better than I remembered it being. I went 10-3 with that deck yesterday. It's fucking nuts. All right, we're going first. We have Aegis Turtle on turn 1, Riptide Turtle on 2, and then High Alert on 3. Assuming our opponent does not remove any of our creatures, we're going to be swinging with 2 5/5s on turn 3, which is pretty nice. Opponent plays Authority of the Consuls. I absolutely hate that card. We're going to play the Riptide Turtle here. Our opponent gains a life. We say no attacks. Next turn, High Alert. High Alert is perfect. It is the perfect card in our deck. It is the best way for us to assign damage equal to our toughness because this says creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have defender. So it does everything all in one. High Alert. Our opponent had played Dark Leo and Shredder. Don't care. I'm not even going to bother reading it. We just connect for 10 damage. We set our opponent to 11. That's pretty good. Now, I'm mildly concerned right now because we have 2 green cards in our hand and no green mana. This is one of our bigger fears in the deck. Opponent swings with Dark Leo and Shredder to create a 1/1. They also play Leonardo Cutting Edge, 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter. We're going to swing in with both of our 5/5s. He probably blocks. I was gonna say he probably blocks both, but I guess not. He's going to block 1. He'll take 5. He goes down to 6. I'm going to end my turn. We can pay 4 mana into our High Alert to untap a creature. So whenever our opponent goes to combat and swings, we can block one of his creatures and kill it. Because we just assign damage, right? Not combat damage. No, it's combat damage. Oh no, it would still be combat. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. What does Sorin do? Nothing important. It's going to deal 1 damage to us. It's fine. Leo becomes a 2/2. We go to combat. Does he choose to swing? He swings both. They gain Death Touch. Do I care? If I decide to block, I'm going to block Dark Leo and Shredder. I don't want him to get the 1/1. Yeah, I didn't love doing that. I'll be honest. Bedrock Tortoise. During your turn, creatures control have hexproof. Each creature you control assigns with toughness greater than its power, assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Yeah, we're just going to get down to Bedrock Tortoise, give our creatures hexproof. Our opponent will gain a life. We're going to swing 5. I'm going to go face. Our opponent's at 6 life. Dude, I hate Authority of the Consuls. It's such a dumb card. It's so stupid for 1 mana. All right, does he swing his Leonardo? Or does he hold it up as a blocker? He is going to swing it. He's going to gain 6 life. He goes up to 13. Fortified Village. That'll enter tapped. I'm going to play a Turtle Duck here. That was a mistake. That was really bad for sequencing. I was supposed to go to combat and swing our Aegis Turtle first. That was bad. Like, stupid Authority of the Consuls, man. Such a horrible card. Opponent says no blocks. They take 11. And we end turn. Man, we really need an Ossification or Fading Hope right here. A +2, the Sorin again. What's the minus on this? Minus X, return target creature card, mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. This creature is a vampire in addition to its other types. I wonder why he hasn't brought back his Dark Leo and Shredder. Turns his Restless Fortress into a creature. I will untap our Turtle Duck. I think we're just dead anyway, though. We are just dead. That sucks. What's up, Brooker? Yeah, we're running High Alert. Specifically, we are running a turtle aggro deck. So most of our creatures are turtles. No, not with Tetsuko. No, I still like the idea of running Tetsuko better with might cards for Toxic. And I don't think Tetsuko is necessary. It feels like a hat on a hat. It feels excessive. If on turn 3 I'm swinging with a bunch of 5/5s already, it was good enough. Like, watch, right now I'm trying out turtle aggro with 3 colors, but before that I was running off stream. I went 5 and 2 with the deck. Swinging with a bunch of 5/5s was pretty good. They didn't feel like they needed to be unblockable. But I wanted to try out 3 color just because of Bedrock Tortoise. 4 mana 0/6. As long as it's your turn, creatures you control have hexproof, and each creature you control with toughness greater than its power, science combat damage equals to its toughness rather than its power. I just wanted to run this because it is also a turtle and fits the deck, right? We have none of our turtles that we want to attack with here. We're going to mulligan. We have all 3 colors of mana. We have our turtles, and we have no way for them to actually deal damage. But I am going to keep this hand, and I will throw back the Fading Hope, I think. Are you playing the new card from Strixhaven that draws 2 on ETB and is cheaper if you have 10 total toughness? I have no idea what card that is. So, no. I am, however, playing 1 copy of Plagon, Lord of the Beach, which is 2 and a blue for a 0/3 Starfish Wizard. When Plagon enters, draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than its power. And then you can pay a blue or a white. Target creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power this turn. But you said it's an uncommon. Let me check it out. I'll see if I can find it on Scryfall. Our opponent's playing a Toxic deck. Man, we just keep hitting lands. We don't have a turn 2 play, so I'm going to get this Broker's Hideout out of the way right now. We'll go grab probably a second island. Say no attacks. Do we have literally no turtle synergies? We're just doing turtles for flavor? Yeah. I don't know what turtle lord you know of, but I don't know of any turtle lords. They just all happen to be 0/5 bodies. Aegis turtle, 0/5 body. Riptide turtle, 0/5 body. Armored World turtle, 0/5 body. Which is significantly worse when you think about the fact that there's a 1 mana version of this card, and this is a 3 mana version of that same card. But you know, don't analyze it too much. We're gonna play our 3 mana 0/5 alongside the 1 mana 0/5, and we're gonna pass. We did draw into Bedrock Tortoise, which is good. Finally have a way to assign damage with our creatures, which is nice. We're going to play Bedrock Tortoise on 4. We're going to drop our forest. We're going to play Bedrock Tortoise. Oh, I see the card you were talking about. It is Orisa, Tide Choreographer. 4 and a blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Bard. Costs 3 less to cast if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater. When it enters, draw 2 cards. Yo, that's pretty sick, actually. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to combat here. We're gonna swing our 2 5/5s with hexproof. With our opponent takes the damage to go to 10. We only have 3 poison counters on us right now, so we're doing pretty good. Hey, look, it's Ivy. We were just talking about her yesterday, too. Yeah, Ivy's my favorite card to run alongside Season of Growth. But yeah. Yeah, we are just running pure turtles just because. They got big booties, man. They got all that toughness that we're looking for. Let's see. If we swing out, our opponent has to block at least one of our creatures to not die. They probably block with Phyresis Roach. Is there any way that we don't die next turn? Probably not. I think we just lose. We'll swing out. Oh, interesting. Oh, I'm dumb. He had to block both. Oh, we're fine. I'm gonna play out an armored World Turtle. Drop the Broker Side out. We'll go grab a second white source, I guess. And pass. All right, you said Turtle Power from TMNT. Flash enchantment that gives +2/+2 to turtles. There's literally a recently printed set all about turtles and includes a meme enchantment called Turtle Power. And here we are playing turtles for fun. Yeah. Let me see. Okay, so the draw card was cool. I like it. Did we just die? Nope. We were at 9. Easy. Good game. Wasn't even worried. Let me see Turtle Power. That is a rare card. Turtle Power is. 3 mana, flash enchantment, turtles you control get +2/+2. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't, I just felt like running turtles. I thought it would be funny. I thought it'd be cool. I think it's a great name. Turtle Aggro. I think that would be interesting to people. They could probably figure out pretty quickly that it's just a high alert deck. But I think it's neat. The deck is doing all right. We haven't been struggling with our mana base too much, which was my biggest concern. I do want to check out the Orisa card. I think Plagon is super cool. But we are only running 1 copy of it. Let me see. If I was going to run Orisa, where would I throw her in? Right now, the ways that we have to assign damage equal to our toughness, it's everything in this stack. Over here, we have our real beaters. Yeah. Our real beaters are Aegis Turtle, Turtle Duck, Riptide Turtle, and Armored World Turtle. We've got 1 Assault Formation, 1 Plagon, and 2 Bedrock Tortoises as our rares. And all of these can help us assign damage equal to our toughness. 2 copies of Watley, the Sun's Heart, and full playset of High Alert. Got 4 Consider in the deck to draw, 2 Fading Hopes, and 4 Ossification as removal over here. Orisa, I think, is cool. Assuming that we have the discount, she'd be 2 mana 2/2 when it enters, draw 2 cards. I could see running 1 of her, maybe even 2. In which case, I think I would drop an Armored World Turtle to make room. I'll throw in the 1 of Orisa, just to give us slightly more draw. And she does have turtles in the artwork, so I'm a lot more on board, actually. Yeah, actually, her artwork, it's fire. All right, look at that. We don't have that high of a curve. Our top end is 2 4-drops. We're stuck on a lot of 3-drops, and our average curve is only 2.1. Our average CMC is only 2. See, I think Orisa makes more sense in a slower deck. But yeah, she does have turtles in the artwork, and it looks it looks great. Honestly, I like her artwork a lot. I love the way those turtles look. I would probably use her for the thumbnail, even though she's in here only as a 1 of. Plagon is also on a turtle, which is hype. But I think Plagon is super creepy looking, so I don't think he'd be good for a thumbnail. The little weird humanoid starfish guy. Yeah, it's creepy. Turtle Duck is cute. Turtle Duck is adorable. It could be funny to see the little turtle ducks with a title that says aggro. But one of these 2 is probably going to be it. All right, we'll throw her in as a 1 of, because we do have a lot of 3-drop turtles, which is arguably our worst turtle. Because yeah, 3 mana for a 0/5 when there are versions of a 1 mana 0/5. Like, it's just it's just not good. Yeah, good suggestion, man. Agreed. Even 3 mana for a 5/5 is only good, not amazing. Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, our 4-drop creature, our 4-drop turtle, it's 6/6, which is still, you know, 4 mana 6/6, still not super amazing, but it has a synergy where it turns on our other turtles so they can actually deal damage. All right. Turn 1, we could go with the turtle duck. Or we could get the broker's hideout out of the way right now. I kind of wanted to be greedy and go for the turtle duck on 1 because we didn't have a turn 2 play. But I'll use the broker's hideout now. We'll go grab an island. Next turn, we could set up a Riptide Turtle, but I think I would rather consider and play the turtle duck. I haven't gotten to beat someone's ass with a turtle duck yet. I kind of want to. Plus, turtle duck can work on its own on turn 3. We pay 3 mana until end of turn. This creature has base power 4 and gains trample. That's something very unique about the turtle duck. It does not need any of our other cards to have synergy. We're going to consider. I don't need another Riptide Turtle. I'll throw that into the graveyard. We draw into a 3rd forest. Kind of don't need that many. Opponent has played 2 Watcher of the Spheres now. Whenever another creature with flying enters, you control flying enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Creature spells of flying you cast cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Let's see. Next turn, we're definitely dropping Bedrock Tortoise, right? Oh man, we don't have double. We don't have double blue. If we had double blue here, we could Fading Hope away one of his Watcher of the Spheres, and then we could swing, and then we could develop a Riptide Turtle alongside it. I can just swing in with the turtle duck. Our opponent takes 4. And then we're in like decent contention to race our opponent. You know what? I'm gonna activate the turtle duck. I'm gonna swing in. I'll swing with the 4. Right now, we're tied on health. Or yeah. Next turn, I can Bedrock Tortoise. We can still swing our 4/4. We're gonna lose this race. I need a second island. I need a second island super badly. I need to be able to Fading Hope something. We can't deal 8 damage. Does Bedrock let the Riptide Turtle attack? Good question. No. There's our second island. That is a very good point. Bedrock Tortoise does not, because this stupid turtle does have Defender. Okay, so what do I do here? I think I hold up Fading Hope for our opponent's turn. I can consider here. Hey, there's Orisa. I kept her for no particular reason. I definitely should have thrown her in the graveyard. All right, we're gonna lose this game. That's all right. We're gonna lose this game. Once enters, you may pay 2. When you do, tap target creature and opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. That's super fun for us. It was not gonna matter. It's not like our turtle duck was going to be able to block anything in his deck anyway. All right, it's Fading Hope the Empyrean Eagle, and it's not going to matter because when Healer Hawk enters, those get +1/+1. They become 4/4s. That sucked. That felt awkward. And I don't think there's anything we could have really done differently to help us win that game. The only thing we could have done was draw better and draw into some ossification. Yeah, 3-color mana base hurt there. It did. For the mana base, we're running 4 copies of Broker's Hideout, so we can search for the forest, plains, or island. And we have 2 copies of Port Town and 2 copies of Fortified Village, right, to reveal lands. All right. Opening hand, we have the Aegis Turtle. It's our best turtle, as you pointed out. That's good. We have the Aegis Turtle. We have the High Alert in hand. We don't have the white mana that we need yet for it, but we do have a Consider, so we can start digging. Oh, and there's the white mana that we need. So I'm going to start with Aegis Turtle first. Next turn, we can drop the Broker's Hideout, go fetch our plains, and then we can still hold up a blue mana to Fading Hope or something, or Consider, do whatever we want. Yeah, Broker's Hideout, down. Grab a plains. Pass. Our opponent's going to explore, so we're going to Consider. Ossification, I really like having removal, but we have 2 Fading Hopes in hand. I don't think we need this. I think we want more turtles. Fortified Village, it's a lot of land I'm seeing. Another Aegis Turtle. That's what we're looking for. Question is, do I play the High Alert now, or do I play out the second turtle? I'm going to play out the second turtle. And I specifically played an island there this turn, so that way I can hold up the Fading Hope. So if our opponent has removal, we could protect our own turtles with the Fading Hope. Opponent passes. It's very suspicious. They have 4 mana up. We can get down the Fortified Village, reveal forest. Cast the High Alert. Is he going to try to kill a turtle now? They're playing Gates. Oh, they are playing Gates. He was trying to Soul Seer, though. It's fine. We're going to bounce our turtle back to our hand, protecting it. Port Town on top. I should have put that on the bottom. That's fine. Whatever. We'll get a swing in for 5. Boom. We did it. I should be tracking his gate amount, though. He is at 4 gates, which means next turn he could Gate Ablaze. Or Gates Ablaze. That would be very bad for us. What to do? What to do? Play out the Aegis Turtle again. Go to combat, swing in 5, and hold up the Fading Hope. That's it. That's all I can do. There's the Gates Ablaze. Bounce the turtle to my hand. Scry an island to the bottom. RIP. Cast Aegis Turtle for the 3rd time. This single copy for the 3rd time. If he has 2nd Gates Ablaze, we just cry deeply. That's it. Primeval Titan. That's horrifying. He's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This puts him at 7 gates. We can ossification this, which is nice. We'll be able to connect for 5 more damage. Set our opponent down to 5. It's all going to come down to whether or not he has removal for 1 more. Or if he has... what am I trying to say? Yeah. It'll come down to whether or not he has removal next turn for our Aegis Turtle. Or if he can just win the game with Maze's End. I'm going to empty our hand. I'm going to play the Watley. And activate the ability. We're going to gain 5 life. Swing in for 5. Set our opponent down to 5. And then this is it. Or another blocker. That's true. He could have a blocker. Gates Ablaze for 6, of course. Bro, I swear they always have the Gates Ablaze. We have no turtles with haste. Surprisingly enough. So it's just game over. We got him down to 5. We were 1 swing away. Riptide Turtle would wreck them. It would have. Being able to flash him in holding him up and then flashing him in after our opponent used the Gates Ablaze would have been sick. Again, we should have just drawn better, dude. We're now 2 and 3 with the deck. The deck is doing worse with the inclusion of green mana. That does not surprise me, but it is a bummer still. I want to go up 1 Orisa. I want to cut back on 1 fortified village, cut back on 1 port town. Check our ratio. It's technically slightly higher in white. Yeah, aggro and 3 color don't go well in budget mana bases. No, they don't. Yeah. See, this is why I originally did not try to include the bedrock turtle. Part of you wants another threat instead of consider. You know what I could do to help fix our mana base, actually? I could run the tribal lands. Like secluded courtyard and whatnot. That's what I should be doing. Turtle duck in. There are mana dorks that have high toughness. They're not turtles though. Our opponent started with turn 1 authority of the consoles. I'm just going to concede. I don't want to play this match. On white life gain. Again, boring. Did I have fun in the match? Fuck no. Turn 1 authority of the consoles is bullshit, dude. Shouldn't be in the game. Okay, that's fine. All right. We're gonna scrap this deck. Throw it away. Throw it in the garbage. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about the choose creature type lands. If we run both copies, maybe it was control. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you have white in your deck and you gain life, you're a mono white life gain deck. I don't care if you're Selesnya. I don't care if you're Orzhov or whatever. I don't care. You're mono white life gain. All right. Unclaimed territory. Full playset. Secluded courtyard. Full playset. Plus the brokers. Oh, it's not possessive. Brokers hideout. Our mana base should be fine now. And now we go back to all of our turtles. Okay, so since we're going to go with the courtyards and the unclaimed territories, our turtles become better, which means for our rares, I think I use all 4 copies for the bedrock tortoise. Even though I like the idea of the starfish guy and the assault formation, those will be harder to cast since they're not turtles. Yeah, and since our mana base has moved over to the tribal stuff. Let me see if there are any. Oh yeah, we need the turtle duck as well. Turtle duck. So we've got 20 creatures. Was literally typing how you need 4 bedrock. Dude, I got you. Yeah. Now I think we're just solid. Ooh. We could run Cowabunga. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a mutant, ninja, turtle, or land card from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. We could run this for mana fixing if we wanted it, / a way to grab turtles. Does Colossal Sky Turtle work with the lands? I have no idea. Pay 2 and a green and discard this card. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Yes. Yes, it does. You can also pay 1 and a blue, discard this card, return target creature to its owner's hand. And then it's just a 7 mana, 6/5 flying ward 2. It's a massive turtle. What do you think? 1 or 2 copies? It's a very slow card, so I definitely don't want a lot of them. Same with Cowabunga. Cowabunga has synergy with the deck and the turtles, but does channel ability work with the lands? Yeah. It says return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, it's just target card. So we grab that, we put the Broker's Hideout back in our hand, boop, sack it again. No, as in, can the lands pay for it? Oh, yeah, these can tap for colorless. So they can help pay towards that. But, actually, you know what? And Secluded Courtyard can pay for the color. This says spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen type or activate an ability of a creature source of the chosen type. Unclaimed Territory cannot tap for color towards the ability, but it still can tap for colorless. Yeah, so what do you think? One or 2 of these copies? Isn't there a turtle land from TMNT? That's a great question. There should be. Turtle Lair. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a ninja or turtle spell. Yes. Are there turtle? There should be a turtle tribal card from TMNT. And if there's not, I will be disappointed. They don't have any tribal instant or sorcery spells. That's lame. But yeah, dude, good, good call. There's the lair. Well, in that case, pay 3 mana, tap, target ninja or turtle. Pay 3, tap this, target ninja or turtle can't be blocked this turn. That's sick. It's amazing. I like it more than the Unclaimed Territory. Yeah, Unclaimed Territory is the one that can't pay for abilities. So Turtle Lair in, Secluded Courtyard, the better the tribal lands is in. Broker's Hideout. Actually, right now we're Selesnya. Do we need white? Yes. Yeah, we need white. We need it for our high alert. So we do still need the Broker's Hideouts. Let's see. High alert's going in. What other white cards was I running? Watley is good. And then I liked the ossifications for removal. Yeah, we still got a lot of white in the deck. Just go for Watley. Watley doesn't remove defender. So our Riptide Turtle won't be able to attack. Right now, only high alert removes defender. I can see as though didn't have defender. There is another card that can remove defender, but it's also white. Ossification isn't a turtle. Get out of here. No. We don't need. High alert's fine, or ossification's fine. High alert's fine. They're not creatures. All right, they can be in the deck, even though they're not turtles. But let's see. As though it didn't have defender. No, you work for yourself. You work for yourself. You work for yourself. Work for yourself. Work for yourself. This creature. This creature. This creature. Modified creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have defender. No. This creature. This creature. Scuttlegator, 6 mana, 6/6, defender. You can pay 8 total mana, adapt 3. As long as this creature has a +1/+1 counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. That's crazy. I don't like the Walking Bulwark a ton. He was in my original list, so he's a maybe. Platypus Bear. This creature. Bulwark. I don't like the inclusion of Bulwark just to make Riptide Turtle potentially better. but I don't hate it. Like I said, I did have him in my original list. Let me see what I'm missing. What do we not have currently? Aegis Turtle in... Oh, I don't have any Considers or Fading Hopes in the deck yet. Okay. Walking Bulwark is better as far as being aggro is concerned. Our average curve is 2.2. So we have 8 ways now to remove the Defender from the Riptide Turtle. I can't... that card did not need to have Defender. We have 2 card slots left. Instead of Fading Hope, Colossal Sky Turtle for flavor reasons, it is a bounce spell. It's true. It does have the ability to bounce. Okay. So for the deck, we have no draw. That is our biggest... That is the biggest thing that I'm thinking about right now. Well, what if instead of the 2 Sky Turtles, what if we do go with the Orisas? Again, I'm willing to throw her in the deck because she's got 2 turtles, 2 of them, count it, 2. One on that left side, 2 turtles in the artwork. I think 2 of her, probably better than Sky Turtle. If we're paying 3 mana to return a Broker's Hideout to our hand, like that's crazy slow. I would rather draw 2 cards. 2 turtles to make up for the 1 not in the creature type box. Exactly. I think having 2 copies of her to be able to draw 2 cards on ETB is probably better than Sky Turtle. And with the Bulwark in the deck, her toughness... Wait, let's see. It's cost 3 less to cast if creatures you control have total toughness center greater. It's whatever. Yeah, Reese is probably better. All right, yeah. I agree. We'll add in the 2 Orisas. Let's take a look at our ratio. 50% blue, 28% green, 28% white. Nice and even. Hmm. 50% blue, yeah. I think this should be fine. 6 islands, 3 plains, 3 forests, 4 Broker's Hideout, 4 Secluded Courtyard, 4 Turtle Lair. It's going to be Turtle Aggro version number 3. Let's give it a shot. This deck list feels clean. It does. Definitely a lot better than what we were doing with before. Our green cards are all turtles. So replacing the forest with unclaimed territory is kind of free. Except for 1 tutor with the hideout. That's a very good consideration, actually. We'll see about making that change at the end of this match. Okay. You said with the exception of the tutor from the hideout? Oh, touche. Okay. As in leave 1. Yeah. All right, opponent's going first. Opening hand looks fine. We can turn 1 Turtle Duck. Select Turtle, easy. Turtle Duck on 2. Now we just need to top deck 1 more land, so that way we can play High Alert on 3, and we're chilling. I guess Watley can use the force. Yeah. The curve would have been very nice. Our poor little Turtle Duck got cut down. We do need to draw into land number 3, and we are still running a full 24. I didn't cut any lands from this. Dude, he's going to kill our second turtle. I hate this guy. Jimbo, you're a bad person. They're just little turtles. How can you just be killing them like this? And we missed the land drop. Feels bad. We're going to play Turtle Duck. And then he's gonna kill this too and get to draw a card. Vampire of the Diamond. That's why I play instant speed. I forgot, man. All right. This is the only turtle that has flash for some reason. All right. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna concede this match. We missed a land drop, and all 3 of our turtles that we've played have died. I'm gonna pass. I think I'm gonna keep the forests. I don't like running a single copy of a basic. I could cut 1 forest and then throw in 1 more of the creature type lands. But honestly, I'm fine with the forest. We still have generic mana to pay into our other spells. Well, I mean, I guess for the generic mana, these can tap for. Okay, you know what? Let's see. Creature type. Yeah, for the generic mana, this unclaimed territory can still tap for generic. I'll cut out 1 forest, throw in 1 more unclaimed, or throw in 1 unclaimed territory. I'm just worried about people. If someone happens to mill us for like 2 cards, and they mill, you know, our 1 of forest, that would suck. That would be annoying. I need to see your villain arc where you play win con list decks built purely around life gain / removal. I did that. The video that I just uploaded was a win con list deck, which is why my match ended up lasting for like 3 hours. It was Selesnya Landfall. I'm gonna play a turtle now. It's a 0/5. He played red. He's not gonna kill it. We've done Oketcha's Monument and Core Skyfisher. You throw in a little bit of cost reduction, and then you can just go infinitely, right? Start making infinite tokens. Or was it infinite tokens, or as many planes as you had per turn? It was something like that. Anyway, turn 3, high alert. We swing in with both of our turtles. 2 5/5 turtles against 2 1/1 goblins. He takes the 10. That's pretty good. We have a turtle lair on the field. If we find 1 more land, we will be able to swing with an unblockable turtle, which is hype. We do not hit 1 more land, but we can play 2 more turtles, an Aegis turtle and a turtle duck. Swing 2 5/5s. Our opponent has a 2/3 blocker and a 1/1 blocker. I was gonna say he has to block at least 1 to not die. He gives us the 1/1. You put in a true infinite on the Discord, but the real strat is mass soul wardens to make hundreds. Gross. Dude, look at this. I really, really, really think this card should be banned. This should be, at a minimum, a 3-drop creature. And our opponent scoops. Sick. Authority of the Consuls should not be a 1-drop. That card is nuts. But that felt good. That felt clean. Dude, our mana base is so much better. Authority of the Consuls did nothing for them. Yeah, it did nothing for them. No. But yeah, dude, your recommendations for the mana base makes us feel a lot better. I should have guessed that there would be like an actually good turtle land from the Team NT set. And there's the Orisa. All right, turn 1. We will Broker's Hideout. Go grab a Plains. We drew into one of our forests. Authority of the Consuls is bad. It's not. It's not. It's so good. Authority Consuls on turn 1 shuts down all aggro decks. It's dumb. And then it's such an easy way to trigger life gain for your Johnny's Pride mates. For what's this? The really annoying 2-drop that can gain flying and indestructible. Our opponent played a gifted Aetherborn. That is concerning. I'm gonna hold up the Flash Turtle this time. Opponent cast Indulging Patrician. 3 mana, 1/4 flying, life. At the beginning of your end step, you gain 3 or more life this turn. Each opponent loses 3 life. Swing, we take the 2. I'll flash in the Riptide Turtle. We top deck the High Alert, which is sick. I just played the wrong land. I said, barely shuts you down at all. The life gain alone, if our opponent gains 1 single point of life when we're running a bunch of 5/5s, that makes us have to connect 1 additional time. Having to go from hitting our opponent with 4 turtles to hitting them a 5th time. That's very significant for our deck. And also, that's really awkward. That was operator error. It has nothing to do with the deck. By that logic, Reprieve is broken. Practically Time Walk. Reprieve is hilarious. But haste creatures still get through Reprieve. If I go to cast a Monastery Swift Spear and it's turn 3 or 4, you know, they can reprieve it back to my hand. That's great. I'm still going to just recast it and swing with my hasty creature. Authority of the Consuls shuts it down completely. Okay. Blue mana down. Honestly, I think I'm just going to Ossification. Oh, this is another reason to keep more forests in the deck. We need basics to target with Ossification. My bad, I meant Revitalize. Yeah, Revitalize would piss me off. That would piss me off against a turtle deck. All right, we're gonna lose this match, but I'll be honest, I don't know, even if we had gone to swing the 1 turn with the High Alert, if it would have made that much of a difference. Our opponent was gaining a bunch of life. And he had flying creatures and death touch. Neither one of those pairs well with our turtles. You know what's crazy? Is the fact that Revitalize costs twice as much mana as Authority of the Consuls. Does that not blow your mind? Double the mana cost for a Revitalize versus the Authority of the Consuls. That's nuts. That shouldn't be a thing. All right, turn 1, we got Turtle Duck. Are we going first? If we're going first, it should be GG. Turtle Duck will just aggro them to death. No problem. And it cantrips. Whatever. I'm telling you, Authority of the Consuls is nuts. There's been too many games that I've lost just because my opponent had an Authority of the Consuls out. Let's see. Turn 2. I'm going to play it. I'm just going to main phase my Riptide Turtle out. Would you play Fading Hope for 2 mana if it also drew a card? No. I guarantee that effect exists. And fuck you, Soul Warden. That card needs to be banned. I guarantee that effect exists. I guarantee there's a 2 mana card that allows you to bounce something and draw a card. I would never run it. The best thing about Fading Hope is that it costs 1 mana. Cheapest version is 3 mana and sorcery speed. I still wouldn't play 2 mana Fading Hope to draw a card. No, absolutely not. All right, we don't have blue mana here for the High Alert. That's real awkward. So we're going to Walking Bulwark. Our opponent gains a life, which is stupid. I'm going to pay 2 mana, and then we can activate our Riptide Turtle, turn it into a 5/5, and swing. Belisara. Gross. Next turn we have next turn we have 4 mana, but we can activate our 3/3, I guess. We'll activate Walking Bulwark, target our Riptide Turtle and our Walking Bulwark. Something to note about Bulwark is that it only works on itself and Riptide Turtle. It specifically has to target a creature with Defender, which means Bulwark does not synergize with Turtle Duck. It does not synergize with Aegis Turtle. It does not synergize with Armored World Turtle. And it's part of the reason why I tried excluding Walking Bulwark in the last version of our deck. It only is good with Riptide Turtle. Slash itself. That's really bad. I think we're gonna lose this. Oh, thank God we got the island. All right, we're back in this. We got the high alert. We can swing both of our creatures. And I can hold up the Riptide Turtle for our opponent's next combat. They do not have to block both creatures here. They could choose to block neither. They can go down to 1 here. Greedy. Our opponent does go down to 1. I'm gonna end the turn. Our opponent's deck is a greedy deck. Combining life gain with elves. That's greedy. Sharlasara an elf? It is an elf cleric. That's still greedy. You don't need to run both. You can just play mono green elves and it's just better. Or mono white life gain and it's just better. The Horrific Assault is an interesting choice for a fight spell. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. If you control an Eldrazi, you gain 3 life. I would be very surprised if they also have Eldrazi in this deck. And since more than likely they are not, there's better fight spells for a 1 green. Hell, you could swap to the Snowlands and then run Blizzard Brawl. That would be better. Malevolent Rumble? I have no idea what that is. One in a green. Oh. Reveal top 4 cards of your library. Put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Put the rest of them into your graveyard. Create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn creature token with sack this creature, add a green. You could. Oh, look. See, there's another fight spell. Hard hitting question. 1 green for a sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Weird. Trilasara is going to kill our Riptide Turtle. It's okay. Go to combat. This is single best graveyard enabler. Sort of costs only 1 mana while filling the graveyard. Interesting. Our opponent doesn't choose to swing. We're going to flash in our Riptide Turtle at their end step. Best in green, that is. It is pretty good. Okay. Let's see. If I play the Walking Bulwark, we can pay 2 to give it haste so it can swing. We swing out with 3 of our creatures. Well, if I play the Walking Bulwark, it's not big enough that he has to block it. No, yeah, it is. I don't know. I'm going to play the Walking Bulwark. He gains a life. Trelasara gets bigger, but it was already big enough to contest the rest of our board. Walking Bulwark, we give it haste. We go to combat. Swing out with a 3/3, a 4/4, and a 5/5. He probably blocks Riptide Turtle using Trelasara. And then probably blocks using these two. Keeps the Elvish War Master, Soul Warden, and Trelasara on his board. This isn't great. You know what we need? We do need that turtle there. Making one Riptide Turtle unblockable would win us the game here. But now I'm going to play out this Aegis Turtle. Our opponent's going to gain a life. They go up to 6. Our opponent has gained exactly 6 life from us playing creatures. They are at 6 life. That's crazy. It's crazy that this game should have been over. But Soul Warden is stupid. It's dumb. All the other 1-drop creatures that gain life from other creatures entering only do so for the creatures that come in under your control. They have not remade a version of Soul Warden because it's too strong. It's too good. Our opponent plays an Audacity. All right, I'm going to concede. I'm over this match. We've been here for like 10 minutes because our opponent's playing life gain. We are 1-3 with the deck right now. Triggering off opponent is pretty huge. It is extremely huge. And the reason why I specifically dislike life gain is because I like to run creature heavy decks. Mid-range is my favorite play style. And mid-range runs a lot of creatures. And I get punished for running creatures when I go up against life gain. Again, Authority of the Consoles. My creatures, they come in tapped, opponent gains a life. Soul Warden, I play a creature, boom, opponent gains a life. I get punished just for playing my cards. And that's my biggest issue with them. My opponent gets all this payoff for doing nothing. They're not doing anything at all. They can just play a card, it just sits there, they get value. Other people probably don't care about it as much. If they like control players. Control players are not going to give a fuck about the life gain. Because they're trying to play for the late game anyway. Like CGB, he likes to complain about mono red aggro. He hates playing against mono red aggro. I don't. I prefer a shorter game. The game will be over by like turn 5. You know who wins. But he likes to play control. And if he cannot control them well enough, then his opponent gets to just win underneath. And, you know, that sucks for him and the play style that he likes. So, again, he probably wouldn't care about Soul Warden or Authority of the Consoles because he's not playing any creatures. So his opponent's not getting any value. We have missed our land drop. Maybe 2 land drops. I don't know if we went first. And that's really bad. You should try to make a control deck. Only real issue Jeskai control as an artisan is lack of hard sweepers. You could pop off just mixing in some sweepers. See, yeah, that's part of the reason why I stay away, or it's one of the reasons why I don't really play control, is because every good board wipe is a rare, which means the rest of the deck won't have any rares. Wow, we just missed all of our land. That sucks. Yeah, but I still don't think that I would enjoy control decks. I think it's really boring to sit there for 5 turns and do nothing. I would draw for 1 or 2 turns, board wipe. draw for another turn or two, maybe board wipe a second time. It's just boring to me. Fire Magic is a newer card that's definitely worth looking at. Let me see. As far as uncommon sweepers go. Ooh, tiered, choose one additional cost, one red. Let's bring it over. I mean, you already know what the card looks like, but Fire Magic, one red for an instant, tiered, choose one additional cost. 0, it deals 1 damage to each creature. 2, it deals 2 damage to each creature. Or you can pay an additional 5 and deal 3 damage to each creature. So for 3 mana to deal 2 across the board, that's not horrible. And then late game, it's not bad. For an uncommon, it's pretty good. Also, I like the idea of tiered. I think tiered is very cool. I'm gonna see if there's a lot of other tiered cards. Also, this deck is not working at all. We are 1 in 4. That is horrible. There is one. Oh, there's not. Oh, that's a bummer. I was gonna say there's one in each color. Technically, there is a tiered one, but I thought there'd be Fire Magic, Ice Magic, Restoration Magic. We got 3 of them. We got 3 in the Magic cycle. Ice Magic is 1 in a blue. The 0 tier is return target creature to its owner's hand. For 2 additional, target creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library. Or for an additional 6, making it go all the way up to 8 mana, target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Oof. That's rough. All right, anyway, I'm gonna go back to the original turtle aggro deck. Number 1. Yeah, this is just bad. The green is just not working in the deck. Look at this. The original deck I made, 5 and 2. Then we added green, we went 2 and 4. Kept green, went 1 and 4. The original, 5 and 2. Nice and simple. Maybe just go Azorius and scrap the turtle part of the deck. No. Absolutely not. I didn't want to build a defender deck. I didn't want to build a high alert deck. I wanted to build a turtle deck. All right, we're gonna keep this opening hand. Got turn 1, Walking Bulwark. Turn 2, Riptide Turtle. On turn 3, hopefully we draw into a high alert. If not, then we have Teo on turn 4 as a way to turn on our thing. But not a turtle power deck. Turtle power is not a good card. Giving +2/+2 to our turtles, who cares? All right, turn 2. Riptide Turtle. Pass. Our opponent played a Werewolf Pack Leader. 2 mana, 3/3. Whenever this creature attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power 6 or greater this combat, draw a card. You pay 4. Until end of turn, this creature has base power and toughness 5/3, gains trample, and isn't a human. Okay, for 4 mana, become a 5/3. Xandu Mammoth. Love it. Ooh. I'm going to play Plagon. On ETB, we get to draw 3 cards. And we drew into the high alert. Sick. That's our Starfish, dude. Starfish Wizard. Dang, they're just playing mono green aggro from a wild back in standard. Get ready for Blizzard Brawl. Blizzard Brawl is good. Let's see. Do I have to worry about this much damage? If we take 8, I'll say no blocks. We can take this damage. We have Ossification and a Fading Hope in hand. We have answers for both of their creatures. And Plagon for 1 mana can activate our creatures. Oh, actually, damn it. Riptide Turtle, why are you a defender? Hmm. Okay. I think it's just high alert. Swing everything. High alert does fix everything. It does. I was hoping to cast Ossification, cast Fading Hope, and then use Plagon's ability to be able to swing with Riptide Turtle. That's what I was hoping to do with our 4 mana. But now we'll just hold up the Fading Hope for our next turn. He's not going to block with Lotus Cobra anyway. He's going to take the 11 here. He's going to go down to 9. Like I said, he takes the 9. Or he takes 11, he goes down to 9. Now, I could have put a stop during his upkeep to bounce the Lotus Cobra, which I maybe should have done. Let's see. But it looks like he didn't have his land drop anyway, so I'm not punished. Blessing of Frost, 3 and a green snow sorcery. He spent 4 snow mana. Distribute X +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures you control, where X is the amount of snow mana spent to cast a spell. Then draw a card for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. How did this work? You have to pay mana into it. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just mess up? I was supposed to wait until the counters got put on. That was a mistake. That's going to cost us 2 more points of damage. Also, isn't the Mammoth a 3-drop? I should have bounced that. I lost. Because I didn't wait. That 2 life is all we needed. Oh, that feels bad. All right, our deck won that match. That was operator error. Our turtles deserved that win. They had it in the bag. I threw. I think we're only running 2 Fading Hopes in this version. Yes. And we're running 23 lands. No, 24. We have 1 double-sided land. Maybe I should. I don't know. Opponent goes first. Our opening hand is fine. I was going to say maybe I should run Turtle's Lair in the deck. At least 1 playset of the turtle, or 1 set of the creature lands. I probably should. I should add a playset of Turtle's Lair into this. Turn 1, Aegis Turtle. Turn 2, Riptide Turtle. Turn 3, Watley, and then we can swing in for 10 damage. No, we can't swing in with Riptide Turtle. All right, scrap all of that. Turn 3, Plagon. Draw 3 cards. That's pretty good. And then no attacks. This turn we have 4 mana. Our opponent appears to be mono green, but they're not doing anything. I'm gonna hold on to this this tap land. I can go Walking Bulwark here. Activate Bulwark. Allow Riptide Turtle to swing. Do you think he's a fog deck? I think that's why he has priority. I think he's just running a bunch of fog effects. I can't remember what the win con is for those fog decks. I wonder if that's what he's doing. I can't remember if they're mono green normally either. Hello? Yellow? All right, our opponent, they died. And don't mind me. Let me eat a protein bar real quick. I think he just gave up. I think the turtles are too much pressure. They're just too good. Oh, there we go. Did my game just break? Oh, no. I'm good. All right, we activate Plagon. We allow our Aegis Turtle to be able to deal damage, swinging for 10. Yeah. Yeah, I think our opponent just left. Maybe they're not mono green. Maybe they just didn't draw into their second color, and so they're just like, screw it. I'm out. I wouldn't blame them for that. I really like the Plagon. I think I'm gonna go up to a third copy of Plagon, remove one copy of Teo, and then add in Turtle Lair into the deck. I think it should be fine. I think the deck should just be done. All right, there we go. Finally. Okay, deck. Turtle aggro. Drop one copy of Teo, go up one copy of Plagon. Probably don't need the suppression ray. Go full playset of Turtle Lair into the deck. Am I still running 24 lands? Yes. 8 plains, 8 islands. Should probably go up one island. We have 69% of our deck has blue, only 31% has white. Yeah. I think this is it. I don't remember who I picked as my avatar for the deck. You have a lot of turtle options. Yargle does give turtle vibes. He definitely does. I thought I had picked one for one of the other decks though. That's a frog. I haven't used any of the TMNT ones because I didn't make any TMNT decks. So I could just go with like the Pixel Leonardo. Gitrog. Do I have Gitrog? I should. I got a lot. You might be tripping. I could see Gitrog having one. There is Swatley. But when I think of her, I mostly think of dinosaurs. There is Teo. We do have Teo, who are also running in the deck. I'm gonna go with Teo. I never use him. For the pet, I will go with one of the turtles. Probably just Leonardo, I think. All right, I don't know if Turtle Duck got a card sleeve, but I hope it did. I'm gonna scroll down to the avatar spot. See what we got. I know the Cabbage Man had a bunch. Not seeing a Turtle Duck, which is a shame. Very cute card. I guess we're not running it in our deck though. Yo, is it just me or is this the same dude? This is Killian. Is it just me or is Killian and Teo literally have the exact same design? We do have the turtle shell. That's the same dude, right? That's literally the exact same design. They got the exact same hair. That's just lazy. Yeah, I think the turtle shell is probably the move. All right, I'm gonna lock that in. Did we? I was gonna say, were the full arts any good from TMNT? Not really. Definitely not the pizza slices. And then we have the turtles jumping on rooftops. And it's kind of whatever. Now, do you like the pizza cards? All right, I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Because if I don't use them now, I don't think I ever will. And what's better time than Turtle Tribal? I'm just kidding. They suck so bad. They do. Them jumping through the town. It's like, okay, it's whatever. It's good if we're running a Team NT deck, but we're just regular turtles. Hmm. I could go with the Bloom Burrow lands. I haven't really used those that much. We had a crab. Crab was really close to a turtle. It's almost what we needed. You know what? I'm going to go with Bloom Burrow. When these came out, this was the only set that I got. And I think these are the summer lands. There's one for each season, but I did not grab the other seasons. I'm pretty sure I just grabbed this one, which I think is just the summer one. It could be spring. But I know I only picked up one of the four. Because there was a lot of gems to get 4 sets of basically the same full arts. All right, I need to pee. I'm going to throw away my trash. So I'll be right back. You're heading out, Rooker? All right. Sounds good. Got a tourney. You're running a tournament tomorrow. We can use any card that has ever been printed at common, uncommon, even if it's not on Arena. And try out a Goblin Bombardment strategy. Ooh. I don't actually feel sleepy, but you should go to bed. I was actually going to ask what you're up to right now. I know it's a Saturday night, but for you, it's late. Oh. Excuse me. But yeah, try to get some sleep, dude. And good luck with your tournament tomorrow. You'll have to update me on that. Yeah, thanks for your help with the deck. Again, the turtle lair, wouldn't have thought of it without you. And I think it's a very good addition. So you do it on Arena, but some random cards are available. Okay. All right. Later, man. All right. Opening hand. Don't have access to blue mana or consider nor high alert. I'm going to mulligan this hand. This is worse. I'm being punished for the inclusion of the turtle layers. All right, I'm going to pretend this game didn't happen. Didn't happen. Not at all. Wow. Those are 2 very unfortunate opening hands. Maybe I need to go down to 2 turtle layers. We have 1, 2. Actually, I should go down to 2. The turtle layers were a lot better in our other deck list because we specifically leaned more heavily into the turtles. We were running the 4 copies of the Bedrock. And I think we weren't running Bulwark. Okay. Yeah. All right. 4 turtle layers were a mistake. Does turtle layer tap for a colorless? It does still tap for a colorless. That's good. Okay, I'm going to cut 2 of the turtle layers, go up 1 island, go up 1 plains, and that makes our port towns better too. And then we have just the 2 turtle layers in case we need them. The fact that they can make a target turtle for unblockable for 3 mana is pretty good. It's even better than Rogue's Passage. And I'm a big fan of Rogue's Passage. It's good. Man, how greedy am I? The answer is very. I kind of draw toughness 2. I still kind of want to fit Orisa into the deck, but it's so greedy. I could cut the Considers from the deck, all 4, cut those, add in 2 more Fading Hopes, add in 2 Orisas. We shouldn't really need the Considers now. 4 Fading Hopes is potentially 4 Scries in the deck. We have 3 Plagueons, which is a lot of draw in the deck, and now we have 2 more, and now we have the 2 Orisas, which is even more draw. So the card draw that we're losing from cutting out the Considers is now made up for. And we have 4 ways to scry, which is, you know, making up for the surveils that we're losing from the Consider. I really just want to include her in the deck so I can use her for the thumbnail. That is my biggest motivating factor. Okay, let's try this out. Turtle aggro 4. Try it again. All right, I'm gonna stop recording and then restart my recording because it's been an hour and a half and I'm not going to use any of that footage for a video. Back. All right, we're up against Black Dynamite. We got this. We're going first. We have no turtles to play. That's not great for our turtle aggro deck. I'm gonna keep it. Hopefully we draw into a turtle. If not, then hopefully our opponent plays something that we can ossification on too. On turn 3, we can play Plagueon on ETB. It will draw at least 1 card from itself. And we'll go from there. Or we just draw a turtle. Nope, draw into land number 5 already. That feels good. And we pass. You know, doing nothing for our first 2 turns, it's not very aggressive of us. Our opponent's going to Shared Roots. Shared Roots is such a good card. Find a High Alert. Oh, I played the wrong land. We're going to play the Plagueon on ETB. We get to draw 1 card. It's another land, bro. What is happening? Oh, this is... I didn't know these card backs were animated. I didn't know they were phones. That's interesting. We're going to Teo here. Does our opponent have a counter spell? They do. Oh, that's annoying. Ew, an alchemy card. X can't be 0. Counter target spell. Conjure a random creature card with mana value X onto the battlefield. That's gross. I don't like that. All right, next turn we have 5 mana available to us. I kind of don't want to high alert. I kind of want to use Plagon's ability to target itself so it can swing and deal 3 damage. Cast Ossification for 2. Exile this creature. Then we still have 2 mana up. And then at the end of the turn, I think I want a Fading Hope of Plagon back to our hand just so I can replay him and get more draw. Which sounds excessive. But yeah, we haven't drawn into any of our turtles. Dude, we're running so many turtles in this deck. I think I need to bounce Plagon. So I'm going to use its own ability, target itself so we can go to combat, deal 3. I'm going to Fading Hope Plagon back to our hand right now. There is another turtle. We will have 6 mana next turn. That's good. I'll leave that on top. Next turn, we draw into the Armored Whirl Turtle. We play it. We then play the Plagon, and then we get to draw 2 additional cards. This is rough, though. This is a very, very slow start. This is not what we're trying to see from our deck. And it's my fault. I kept a bad opening hand. I wanted to see how it was going to play out. It played out very roughly. We had to get 12 cards deep before seeing our first turtle. And we're running 12? It's not great. And our opponent is just ramping. They're just ramping crazy. I think this is probably their win con here. This or some other X cost spell. They're probably looking to counter us and then just dump a ton of mana into the X value of whatever they got. He's looking at his graveyard. He may be trying to recur something. And it's just a Gaia's Blessing. He's still going. Second Gaia's Blessing. All right. We're going to turtle. We're going to Plagon. We're going to draw 2. Find another turtle. Second copy of High Alert. Okay, our opponent has 9 mana this turn. Hopefully, they just play a large creature that we can exile with Ossification. That'd be best case scenario for us. We can just dump most of our hand. Aegis Turtle, Ossification, and High Alert, and then be able to swing in for some damage. Alright. I'm not going to try to play through that. That card is cool. It sucks to have it used against us, though. In the future, I will probably build a deck around it. Exact same thing as our opponent. Just ramp a whole bunch and then cast that massive X cost spell, and you get a creature. You get a creature for each number paid into the X value. That makes sense? I don't know. If you pay 9, you get a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way up to 9. Ah, man. Dude, my hip has been bothering me. My left hip flexor. Not like the joint. Not that old. But my hip flexor is bugging me. It's probably tight from sitting in this chair all day. And I haven't been to the gym in like 2 or 3 weeks. Which means I've been just sitting around in my room a lot. It's probably why it feels really real tight and locked up. All right, opening hand looks good. Turn 1, we'll go Walking Bulwark. We do not have a turn 2 play right now. Ugh, please don't be life gain, dude. Ugh. All right, you kind of are. All right, turn 2, we don't have a play, so we're just gonna activate Walking Bulwark, target itself, swing in for 3. Turn 3, probably gonna go Armored Whirl Turtle. Turn 4, we can go Plague On and activate its ability. Yeah. Next turn, we drop Plague On. We'll get to draw 3 cards. And then we still pay 1 mana into its ability, make our Armored Whirl Turtle be able to swing. Plague On. Draw 3. Oh, the Fading Hope is... Oh, it's not enough, actually. So I can force our opponent to block with their Reassembling Skeleton. I guess that's the move. Swing in for 5. But they're just going to chump block it. That's fine. As long as he doesn't board wipe us here, we're in a pretty good spot. If he kills one of our creatures, that's fine. Just don't board wipe us. You're so lame, dude. We'll play 2 more turtles and pass. If he wants to board wipe a second time, we can Fading Hope one of our turtles back to our hand at least. That's so lame, dude. I'm not a big fan of board wipes. Plays Liliana, Dreadhorde General. He's going to try to make us sack 2 creatures. We'll return the Aegis Turtle to our hand. We get a Scry off of that. We can Scry Plains away.
You get used to the smell.
I'm going to play this Aegis Turtle. I'm going to play Watley. I'm going to -3.
We will write this story together. Restored.
I could Ossification. I'm going to do that. I'm going to Ossification. I'm going to get rid of their Liliana. Not a lot of people run Planeswalkers. Like, they're not super common. So I forget that Ossification can exile them. Hinterland Sanctifier? That's so lame. Better than seeing the Soul Warden. That's still lame. Life gain is so boring. Reassembling Skeleton comes back. They gain a life. How super interesting. How super cool. Okay. We have Turtle Lair. So we can swing in for 5 unblockable damage, which is pretty nice. And I'm just going to end the turn. We need Watley to not die. He can swing 3 damage at Watley, send her down to 1. We should still have her for 1 more turn. Nope, they got Hero's Downfall. So Watley's going to die. That is a bummer. During our opponent's end step, we can flash in a Riptide Turtle if we want. We'll probably end up doing that. He's got 2 mana up. Swings in just with his bat. Go down to 23. Goes to his end turn. I'm going to flash in the Riptide Turtle. See if he has removal. If he does, he didn't use it. Yeah, Fading Hope here. I'm just going to play our Armored Whirl Turtle. We have no way to deal damage right now, which is a bummer. So all we can do is pass and hold up Fading Hope. Whether to save one of our own creatures or to bounce one of his creatures and get the Scry. I'm going to play Elenda. We cannot bounce her with the Fading Hope. She has hexproof from instance. It's fine. Opponent's gonna pay 2 life to draw a card. He's down to 5 life. That's a really good number for us. See, beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, you create a bat. Okay. Is that your end step, right? I'm gonna put a stop during our opponent's end step because he's about to make the bat. I'm going to bounce the Hinterland Sanctifier so he doesn't gain the 1 life. Him being at 5 life is really, really good for us if we have any way to deal damage. 5 is significantly better than 6. 6 means that 2 of our turtles have to connect. Now, because I bounce a Hinterland Sanctifier, only 1 of our turtles needs to connect. We need any way to deal damage. Orisa can gain us life, or can draw us cards. We pay 2 mana for 2/2. She costs 3 less to cast because creatures we control have total toughness 10 or greater. When this enters, we draw 2 cards. That's hype. That's great. TB, we get to draw 2 cards. We still need any way to deal damage. We hit 2 lands. I hate this game. Yeah, we have to pass there. That is straight booty cheeks. I can't believe we drew 2 lands off of that. That's horrible. That's really bad. Angelic Destiny, he's about to gain 8 life in the air. How awesome. How fun. Hinterland Sanctifier comes back down. Still no damage. That's crazy. There's 2 really bad games back to back. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Running 24 lands. We'll go down to 23 lands. I want a third Fading Hope. 4 port towns, 8 islands, or 10 islands, 8 plains. Damn it, I just swapped out these companions. Beach Ball. I don't like the card sleeves now that I know it is a phone and that it opens up. And I don't really like the van. I like this better when I thought it was just a shell. Let's see. What sleeve did I just pick? I was like Japanese style sleeve. That one. All right, I'm gonna call this Turtle Aggro Final. If this has to be it. This has to be it. This is very similar to the first deck that we had, which had the best win rate. The biggest difference is I went up 1 copy of Plagon. I dropped 1 copy of Teo. I added 1 copy of Turtle Lair. That's it. And then I cut a land, added a Fading Hope. So there's like a 4-card difference from the very first deck list that I brought out today. Hopefully the 4-card difference makes the deck better than it was originally. Oh, actually, let me cancel real quick. Who's on the deck box? We did a lot of trials with green in the deck that weren't working out. I really wanted the Orisa to be good in the deck. But I need Consider just so badly. It is very important that we be able to filter through what we're drawing into. So I thought we'd be fine with just pure draw. We were not. All right, so Port Town. I will Walking Bulwark on 1. If our opponent does nothing on turn 2, we can activate Bulwark, targeting itself, swing in for 3 damage. Then on turn 3, we probably just go Plagon, get 2 draws. Yes, so we Bulwark, target itself, connect for 3. Next turn, we can Plagon. Daragaz as well. 2-1, whenever you draw a dragon card, perpetually gets +1/+1. When this creature enters, if it was kicked, which it was not, you get to seek a dragon. Okay, here I go Plagon, we get to draw 2. Hopefully we find a land. We do, but it is a tap land. Next turn, we could Ossification. And then activate Plagon, swing in for another 3 damage. He kills our Bulwark. That was the wrong choice. Should have gotten rid of the Plagon. Sick. We find a basic land for our Port Town. Now we have 4 mana for this turn. Do I do things differently? I don't think so. Ossification. Get rid of the Daragaz as well. We activate Plagon. We go to combat. We swing in for another 3. Set our opponent down to 14. And now we have 1 blue to hold up Fading Hope or Consider during our opponent's turn. And a form Hellkite. 4/4 flying when we cast a non-creature spell. Who cares? We're gonna Fading Hope that back to our opponent's hand. And our opponent scoops. That's what I'm talking about. Fading Hope's too good. I love Fading Hope. I love Fading Hope as a card. It's so good. All right, good game 1. That felt good. That felt clean. Felt solid. Oh, I need to be taking notes about these games. Game 1 win versus trying my best. Include, yes. Okay, opponent's going first. We have no blue in our hand, so we're gonna mulligan. We now have both colors. We'll keep 6. Throw back 1 consider. We'll go, I think, do I want to be greedy? I think we will turn 1 consider. Second island is good. I wanted to make sure that we had enough land for Watley on 3. Now, Riptide Turtle cannot work solely based off of Watley. So I'm not going to play my planes here. I'm going to play second island so that way I can play Aegis Turtle, get that set up, and then cast a second consider. I don't need another consider. I'll throw that one into the graveyard. And we draw into a Port Town. That's fine. Next turn, we go Port Town, reveal planes, drop the Watley, minus the Watley. That'll gain us 5 life from our turtle, because we gain life equal to the greatest toughness among creatures we control. And then we swing in with our 5/5 against our opponent's Mossborn Hydra. We have like maybe 2 turns. We could just high alert. Actually, this changes things. I'm gonna double turtle here. Say no attacks. We're gonna go really wide. Because we have the high alert, Riptide Turtle can actually be used. So I think I want to go wide to try and defend against this Hydra. Take the 16, we go down to 4. And we just lose the Mossborn. That's such a dumb card. Okay. This opening hand is fine. Turn 1 consider into turn 2 Riptide Turtle into turn 3 Plagon. I am going to take this land just to guarantee that we have a land for Plagon on turn 3. This just happened in our last game, didn't it? Gee, what is this shuffler? 3 Riptide Turtles and then 2 Plagons. I was just about to complain about the fact that we had 2 copies of Plagon in our last game. We're only running 3 copies of it. Seeing 2 in the top sucks. We're gonna play Plagon, we'll get the 2 draws. We see the 3rd Plagon in the top 12. That's crazy. Okay. Our opponent has a foretell card. Our opponent scoops. I was gonna say there's 2 cards that it was likely to be. Saw it coming was 1. So I was not going to play High Alert into the counterspell. And I think it's Demon Bolt. For 1 red, you get to deal 4 damage, I believe. So I was going to try to play around that as well. I was going to activate Plagon's ability, probably twice, swing in for 8. And then with the final 2, maybe try to play the Riptide Turtle. But we got the win. That's fine. This opening hand is not great. The only creature we can attack with is Walking Bulwark. I think I'm gonna mulligan. Triple Plains is horrible. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm just gonna concede that. I'm not gonna try to play with only 5 cards in hand. That's all right. That was bad. All right, we're 2-2 right now. All right. Okay. We can work with this. Having both copies of Watley in our hand is pretty unlucky. But we'll keep it. Definitely get rid of that. Plains, we don't need a 4th land. Turn 2, we'll just play the Riptide Turtle. If our opponent has removal, we're in a bad spot. It's our only creature right now. Opponent plays Iridescent Vine Lasher. 1 mana, 1/2. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. And it has Offspring. That's fine. Watley doesn't work with Riptide Turtle, so we have to go high alert here if we want to swing. Man, this turtle having Defender really messes up our deck. It makes it so much clunkier than it needs to be. Let's see. We can play Watley here. -3 just to gain 5 life. Go to combat. Swing our turtle. He's gonna chump block, that's fine. We end the turn, we get to hold up the Fading Hope to protect our turtle against any removal that he may have. That's really good for us. That's a lot of land that we have drawn into again. Well, minus the Watley again. Gain 5 more life. We swing in for 5. We set our opponent down to 10. There's removal for our turtle. We get to bounce it to our hand. Walking Bulwark. I'm going to get rid of that. And what's sick about bouncing it with the Fading Hope is that we get to flash it back in. So it's like it never left. Let's see. Swing in 5, deal 5. We could play a second high alert. I'm just gonna end the turn. We can pay 4 mana to untap our Riptide Turtle if we want. We also could have played out a second copy of Watley. Oh, this is perfect. So our opponent just played Screaming Nemesis. It has haste. If he had swung it, we could have paid the 4 mana to untap our turtle and block his Screaming Nemesis. What's up, dude? You just started playing Magic and stream so chill to have on the side while I'm getting stomped on unranked Standard with the white blue starter deck. You're crazy for playing Standard while being new. Standard is so not friendly for new players. I'm glad you're enjoying the turtles though. All right, so we're gonna go to combat here. I just paid 3 mana when I didn't need to. We swing the Riptide Turtle and the Walking Bulwark. He has to block our turtle with a Screaming Nemesis or he dies. So he's gonna block there. He's going to take 2. Screaming Nemesis gets to deal 5 damage somewhere. He probably uses it to kill our turtle. He does. And from here, I'm going to play out our second copy of Watley. Keep the one with the more loyalty. -3, gain 3. I sequenced that wrong. I should have started with the Watley, so that way I could minus it while we still had the turtle on the field. We would have been able to gain 5. Our opponent putrefies. They putrefy our bulwark, so it dies. We top deck a Plagon, which is good. We get to play him. We get to draw a card. We drew into another land. It's not what we were hoping to see. I'm going to minus the Watley, gain 3, and pass. Yeah, dude, that's rough. The white-blue starter deck and standard, even unranked. That's rough. You should try out Historic. I think Historic is a lot more fun. And definitely better for budget decks. Chromatic Lantern. Everyone in Standard is a tryhard. Same with Brawl. Oh my god, if you play Brawl, it's non-stop removal. Oh my god, we've drawn into so much land. Yeah, they weren't kidding about starter decks not holding up in regular. No. Did manage to get to bronze, but unranked seems to be a different beast. Let's see. I don't need to activate that. We swing in with Plagon. Our opponent has to block with their Screaming Nemesis. Otherwise, they just die. Our opponent gets to redirect 3 damage somewhere. Yeah. Oh, you know what is a really fun format, especially as a newer player? It is the Jump In event. If you go to all the formats, click on events, and find Jump In, it is great because you choose 2 halves of a deck, 20 cards for each half, and it makes a 40 card deck for you. And you only go against other people in the event, so only other people using Jump In decks. So the power level is all pretty similar. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I do it whenever I want to kill time and don't feel like creating a deck or playing a deck that I already have. All right, I'm gonna play my Aegis Turtle here and pass. Our opponent has a Vorinclex out now, and we might lose this game even though our opponent is down to 2, and that's kind of a bummer. Opponent plays Nissa Vital Force, 5 mana, 5 loyalty planeswalker, -6. You get an emblem with whenever a land you control enters, you may draw a card. Okay.
The land will help us find a way.
Yeah, Jump In is a lot of fun. You should give it a shot. Now, the best top deck we could have here would be the Turtle Lair, which makes one of our turtles unblockable. Do not find it, though. We're going to play out the Armored World Turtle. And I'm just going to play this final land and pass. Opponent's going to play Crucible of Worlds. I'm not going to lie, I forget that this is even in the game. Let you play lands from your graveyard. They're going to bring back their Fabled Passage, so they'll get to draw a land. They're going to sacrifice the Fabled Passage. They're going to go tutor a land. When that comes in, they'll get an additional draw. Man, we have a bunch of outs in the deck. We just need to draw one of them. Baiting Hope is an out because we can bounce Vorinclex. Ossification is an out because we can exile Vorinclex. Turtle Lair can make one of our turtles unblockable. That's an out. Even Plagon would be a nice top deck. We could draw 3 cards right now. We've got good options. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that sucks. He was able to minus Nissa to return Screaming Nemesis to his hand, which he can then play, so now he does have a second blocker. We did actually... We were presenting lethal. Any of those outs I just talked about, we can still find it right there. Ossification, easy day. Oh, thank God. Oh yeah, Jump In was a blast, but I felt like getting to know how the usual Magic games go. I'm thinking of getting into best of 3 Pioneer when I have enough wild cards. Also stoked to learn about drafting. Oh my God, he had the Tameo safekeeping. That was one of our few outs, and he had protection for his creature, of course. This is crazy. Yeah, jump in, love it. I'm glad you already tried it out then. Opponent plays a Defiler of Vigor. I don't even care. Best of 3 Pioneer. You know, Pioneer is... It's a format that I really should like as a budget player. But I don't know. I just never really got into it, and I'm not sure why. Let's see. What's the Pioneer equivalent in paper? I can't think of it. Oh yeah, isn't it Pauper? And I am not a drafter. I don't want to say I dislike playing draft, but I would rather play sealed than play draft. The drafting process to me, I don't know, it just takes a long time, at least for like traditional drafting. I don't know. It's something that I would have to practice to be good at. I think it's probably why I don't play it, because I can't just hop into draft right now and be good. I'd have to play a lot. Oh my! All right, we're gonna concede this match. We've drawn so many lands. We did draw into an out, but he had an answer to our out. And that was just really disappointing. We got him all the way down to 2. That should have been our game. We're currently 2-3 with the deck, which isn't great. We have a 0% win rate on the draw. That's not good. Oh, we were only on the draw for 1 game, though. Man, we're still taking this many losses being on the play. It's crazy. All right. Turn 1, we'll get our Port Town down and reveal plains. You know, I've heard drafting's really good for new players, too, to help build your collection. Port Town. Play out the Riptide Turtle. But I didn't use that to try and build my collection when I first started playing because, well, I knew I was going to spend money on the game. So I just did. I dumped a lot of... I've dumped way more money than I should have into this game. Turn 3, we're going to drop the Armored World Turtle. We'll pass. We have 2 turtles set up, so next turn we can play High Alert and swing in, hopefully for 10 damage. Our opponent plays a 4/4 Dino. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, other dinosaurs you control and dinosaur cards in your hand and library perpetually get +1/+1. Whenever this creature attacks, it deals 1 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Luckily, we top deck Fading Hope here, because if we swung into this dinosaur and he blocks with it, he would be able to kill one of our turtles. But now we can just Fading Hope his dino out of the way. Ossification on top, I'll take that. We already have 1 in hand, but a second never hurts. Swing in for 10, set our opponent down to 10. Yeah, it seems like it goes very deep in a poker kind of way, where you consider what your opponents are picking, etc. Also feels like it keeps things fresh each draft. Yeah, I'm sure I like the idea of the deck building aspect of it being so varied every time you go in. We Ossification is 4/4, swing in for 10, and that's just game over. All right. See, that's what we're trying to see with this deck. But I am a free-to-play, and keeping up with the costs and going infinite requires so much knowledge, which is a challenge that I really like. Yeah, that is another big challenge. Trying to win enough that you get all of your investment back. That's a tough challenge. Yeah, I have done free-to-play runs to Mythic before, but I reached Mythic rank by playing Historic Best of 1. But I did really only build 1 deck, and then I just spammed that all the way to the top. I didn't have a ton of wild cards to be able to make multiple decks. Not that I think I would have for trying to climb ranked, but I don't think my collection was super huge. All right, turn 1, we're going to consider. We're going to look for a third land. We find it on top. Turn 2, hopefully our opponent will play a creature. Nope. I was going to say hopefully they play a creature that we can ossification, but they do not. That's okay. Turn 3, we're going to go Armored World Turtle. Turn 4, hopefully we draw into a land. We can go Quatley and then hold up a Fading Hope. If not, we just go turn 3 Turtle, turn 4 Quatley, swing in for 5. A little bit of a slower start, but that's all right. You know, there is another like 1 or 2 drop turtle, 1 drop turtle that maybe I should be running in this deck. It is Thriving Turtle, 1 mana 0/3 turtle. When it enters, you get 2 energy counters. Whenever Thriving Turtle attacks, you may pay 2 energy counters. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on it. On turn 1, you play it's a 0/3. When it swings, we can pay those 2 energy counters. It becomes a 1/4. And then once we have High Alert out or Watley or whatever, it'll be swinging for 4 damage, which is pretty decent. 1 mana 4/4. Because I'm looking at the Armored World Turtle, and it's not great. 3 mana for a 5/5 when we have a 1 mana version of literally the exact same card. The Aegis Turtle is a 1 mana 0/5, no abilities. Armored World Turtle, 3 mana 0/5, no abilities. They're literally the same card, but this one costs 2 more mana. So it's not great. I should maybe throw in the Thriving Turtles just to be more aggressive. Because it's a 1 mana that becomes, it's a 1 mana turtle that becomes a 4/4. 1 mana 4/4 sounds a lot better than a 3 mana 5/5. Our opponent played Tursa Light Shatter, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Orc Wizard with haste. When this enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. Whenever Tursa attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from your graveyard, you may play that card this turn. Okay, whatever. We're about to miss a land drop, which feels bad. I'm going to play Aegis Turtle. I'm going to play this Bulwark. I'm going to hold up mana for Fading Hope, and we'll pass. Yeah, none of the other turtles in white or blue are really viable for our deck. They don't have enough toughness for their mana costs. Our opponent plays Agatha Soul Cauldron. It exiles Vivi. They target their Tursa. I'm going to Fading Hope that back to their hand, and they don't have enough mana to recast it, which is sick. Means next turn we should be able to connect for some damage. At least 5 damage. Unless they have a response. Their response is to bounce my Aegis Turtle to hand. Plains, we leave that on top because we need our land drops. We got 4 mana here. I'm just going to play 2 turtles. And a pass. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to try out the Thriving Turtle. We'll make the swap next turn. Or after this game, we'll make the swap. We'll cut out the Armored World Turtles, and we'll swap it with a full playset of Thriving Turtle. It's another 1-drop. At that point, do I cut out the Teo? our 1 of 4 drop. If I cut out the Teo and replace all of our 3 drop turtles with 1 drop turtles, our curve, our average CMC for the deck, it drops a lot. So by cutting the Teo too, we can definitely go down in lands. We probably go down to like 21. But if I remove Teo, that frees up 1 rare slot for our deck. So we probably, I was going to say we probably throw in Assault Formation, but that's green. What other rare could we run? Let's see, assign, a damage, toughness. See, our opponent played a Marauding Mako. It's a 3/3 right now. Definitely need to play Watley so we can finally start swinging. Play out another Aegis Turtle. We'll minus the Watley. Gain 5, go to combat, swing 2 5/5s. Our opponent probably doesn't block either. They probably take 10 here. Yep, he takes 10, goes down to 10. I don't think there's a good replacement for Teo as our rare. I'm not seeing another rare card in white or blue that allows creatures to deal damage based off of their toughness. There's a 6-drop creature, but that's kind of a lot. And the whole point of removing Teo is that we're lowering our curve. There's Bedrock Tortoise, but we have already experimented with that. And green just is too much for this deck. So Assault Formation's out, Bedrock Tortoise is out. Belligerent Brontodon has that ability, but it's a 7-drop, which is ridiculous. Wonder if there's a card with some kind of turtle synergy. There's the Lion Turtle. 3 mana, 3/6, Elder Cat Turtle, Vigilance, Reach. When it enters, you gain 3 life. It can't attack or block unless there are 3 or more lesson cards in your graveyard. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. It's cool, but then we have to run lesson cards, and we have 0 lesson cards currently. That's not great. There's Spider Ham. Peter Porker. 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters, create a food token. Other spiders, boars, bats, bears, birds, cats, dogs, frogs, jackals, lizards, mice, otters, rabbits, raccoons, rats, squirrels, turtles, and wolves you control get +1/+1. Jesus. That was a lot. Okay, our opponent did stuff. I don't really care what he did. We're going to cast Ossification. And we're going to target his 6/9 VV. If this resolves, I think we just win the game. He has 1 blocker for swinging with at least 3 5/5 creatures. Yeah, that's game over. All right. Man, you know what? Oh, no. We can't even do that. I was going to say we could potentially run Turtle Power. 3 mana enchantment, flash, turtles you control get +2/+2, and that would make Rooker really happy. He was in here earlier, but it's also in green. Just can't. I got the white-green commander deck for free. Would you say I'd have a better experience playing that in Brawl? No. No, I don't know what the white-green commander deck is. But if it was also a free deck, then I don't think it holds up in Brawl. Brawl is, I think, the least... It might be the least casual player, the least friendly format for casual players. Brawl doesn't have a ranked ladder, but every game feels like ranked. It's just, it's non-stop removal. Turn after turn after turn. It's just removal spell, removal spell, removal spell. And that's so not fun to play. And people just run super high rarity. People just run super high rarity stuff in Brawl. There's just no way of competing with lower power cards. I think Historic is the best format to do that. I mean, look at what we're playing. Right? All of my decks, they're budget decks. They only have 4 rare or mythic cards total in the deck. Right? We have 3 copies of Plagon as rares, and we have 1 mythic Teo. Total playset is 4. Riptide Turtle is not a high power card. This is a card that no one would ever use in their entire life. Aegis Turtle, Armored World Turtle. These are terrible cards. This is a 1-mana 0/5 vanilla. They give this card away for free in the base set. Like, they're not good cards. But in Historic, we can win. And the reason why we can win in Historic is because our card pool is so much bigger than, like, compared to Standard. I would not be able to pull off the same strategy in Standard because I want to have access to older cards that are low rarity, but still powerful. Like High Alert. It's a really good card. It's older, it's strong. Fading Hope helps bring the deck together. Really good card, but it's out of Standard format. It's rotated out already. Speaking of, we need to swap out some turtles. So I'm going to remove the Armored World Turtle because even for us, it's bad. We're going to move in. We're going to swap it with Thriving Turtles. Go place out of that. I could still keep the Teo because there's not a good replacement that I saw for this. I can double check Turtle in rare and mythic. I mean, technically we could run... Oh, maybe we can even. Oh, yeah, we can. This is the Omen Path version of the card that I said earlier. Tyran Tusk, Unwisely Awoken. 2-mana 2/2. Other one of those card creature types was 10. Yeah, +1/+1, which does include turtles. I just claimed like 30 plus packs from the inbox, and I feel like I could whip up a better beginner deck out of the cards from that. I just haven't got the game knowledge yet. Yeah, I'm sure you could. Let's see. There is Dragon Turtle. We could make this one of our rares. 3-mana 3/5. Flash. Drag below. When this creature enters, tap it and up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. They don't untap during their controller's next untap steps. Oh, it taps itself down and puts a stun counter on itself. That's not good. What about this 4-drop turtle? 4-mana 4/5. It enters tapped. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it didn't die, scry 1 and put a +1/+1 counter on Takeo. Whenever Takeo attacks, you may pay black or blue. When you do, target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. That's not good. Oh, wait. Dang it. I can't run the 2-drop guy because it's also green. What about Mikey and Leo? 2-mana 2/2. We could cast it for double white. Double white's kind of tough. Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's not worth it. Mike and Donnie is also a 4-drop, at which point we just keep Teo in the deck. Same with Don and Leo. It's a 5-drop. That doesn't help us either. Don and Ralph, we could cast for 1 and 2 blue. 2/4 menace whenever Don and Raph, or I said Ralph. Whenever Dawn and Wrath attack, the next non-creature spell you cast this turn has affinity for artifacts. That synergy does not matter for us. What is Turtles in Time? 7 mana, return all creatures to their owner's hand. Don't like that. Ambling Storm Shell. 5-drop. 5/9 ward 2. Whenever this creature attacks, put 3 stun counters on it and draw 3 cards. Whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature. This costs more mana than Teo. Do I want to run it because it's funny? I don't think so. Hey, how many wild cards do you have total right now for each rarity? Let's see. Our average CMC is 1.8. I think I cut out 1 more land. I think I'm going to do it. I think we'll go down to 22. Probably cut out 1 more planes. I'm going to go up to a 4th copy of Fading Hope. Yeah, since we swapped out a playset of 3 drops or a playset of 1 drops, our curve is stupid low. So we really don't want to draw into a ton of lands, which has happened a few times already. And our win rate is positive right now. We are 4-3 with a 57% win rate. Opening hand looks good. We can turn 1 Aegis Turtle into turn 2 Riptide Turtle. And then worst case scenario, we should be able to cast Teo on 4, so that way we can swing with stuff. Our opponent's going to start with the Overwhelmed Apprentice. When it enters, each opponent mills 2 cards, then you scry 2. We lost a Consider and a Plains. That is perfectly fine. And, ooh, we draw into a Plagon. Plagon on 3 is going to be sick. When we cast this Plagon on 3, we're going to be able to draw 3 cards. And 3 cards. 3 cards is pretty good. We're going to cast Exhibition Tidecaller. 1 mana, 0/2. Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 3 cards. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast this spell, that player mills 10 cards instead. Oh, wow. That's a cool card. Ooh, all right. We draw into the High Alert. We're just going to play this while our opponent's tapped out, and we're going to swing in with our 2 5/5s. Our opponent doesn't block either. They take 10. They go down to 10. Yeah, High Alert is what we would have been hoping to draw into off of the Plagon. So we're just going to play that instead. And if we cast the Plagon and draw 3 additional cards, that just makes it more likely that our opponent will be able to mill us out. So now we really don't want to play the Plagon. We're down to 34 cards in our library. Okay, I am going to attempt to Fading Hope our opponent's Exhibition Tidecaller. Our opponent has 2 mana. They may have a counterspell. Even though I'm getting stomped, it's a lot of fun seeing all kinds of different builds. Which format and ranked would you say best suits me in this case? I wouldn't like to see the top decks each match. I'm telling you, man, I think it's Historic. Historic is the equivalent of Modern in paper. And I like it because the card pool is so much bigger. Because it's so much bigger, people have more options and they can run lower powered decks in Historic, like I am doing now. All right, we go to combat, we swing 2 5/5s. He has to block at least 1 to not die here. And then we have a Fading Hope for next turn. He's pretty much got to mill us out right now. He sets up a second blocker. He's going to have a third blocker with a Merfolk Secret Keeper. We might lose. I don't know about lose. Okay, I can Fading Hope is Exhibition Tidecaller. I'll take the planes on top, I guess. We go to combat, we swing our 2/5/5s. He has to block using at least one Merfolk Secret Keeper to not die here. Or no, he has to double block to not die. Okay, cool. He double blocks. We set up our Walking Bulwark. This is it. We have 21 cards left in our library. He has to mill us out now. We go to combat, we swing out. He's got 3 mana. And that's game. There we go. Yeah, unranked historic. That's what you want to be playing. It'll give you the most variety of opponents, both high-powered and low-powered. Yeah, some of the more popular decks in historic, mono green elves, very powerful, very explosive, but that match will be over quickly. It's definitely a try hard deck, but they'll kill you by like turn 3 or 4 usually. So the game will be over quick. Mono white life gain comes up a lot. It is a very, very beginner friendly deck. So very easy for people to get into it and build a mono white life gain deck. So lots of people have it and it's pretty successful. And the mono whites, it covers like a lot. It could be mono white life gain with +1/+1 counters. It could be mono white angels and they feature life gain too. Could be mono white cats. They usually have life gain in their deck too. Yeah, decent amount of mono white. And then one of the more try-hard decks in the format that does not come up a lot is it Wizards. For a long time, that was the #1 best deck in historic. And that is actually the deck that I used to climb up to Mythic. And I used it to climb up to Mythic twice. Because it's really good. And also super budget friendly. We don't have a way to deal damage really right now, which is unfortunate. But I'm just going to activate Walking Bulwark. We'll swing in for 3 damage, and on the attack trigger, Thriving Turtle will trigger. Pay our 2 energy, becomes a 1/4. We connect. Oh yeah, we connect for 4 damage and set our opponent to 17. Our opponent's playing a Simulacrum Synthesizer deck. This one, semi-prominent as well. It's very powerful, very annoying. Oh man, this is rough. Our hand is just struggling. We have no lands. We're about to miss our 2nd land drop, which really sucks. And we have no way to really deal damage anymore. We're going to Fading Hope his token away. Scry Turtle to the bottom. We can swing for 1 whole point of damage. Set our opponent to 16 and then pass. We need to simultaneously draw a 3rd land and our High Alert. And since that is not possible, we're in a bad spot. Our opponent plays Invasion Submersible, which I have never seen. 3 mana artifact vehicle. When it enters, return up to 1 of the target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. It has Exhaust, Waterbend 3. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature, put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. I think we're just losing this match. How often would you say you mulligan in your games? I never feel like letting go of 1 card and getting a shit draw anyways. Also, are there cases where you mulligan more than once, even twice? I would say probably between like 40 or 50% of the games that I play, I will mulligan at least once. If I have to mulligan a 2nd time and go down to 5 cards, oof. It's unlikely that I will play out that match. unless I am specifically playing an aggro deck where you can get away with having a smaller hand, then if I have to mulligan twice, I usually just concede. Like, it's not fun to play starting at such a massive disadvantage, and starting with 2 fewer cards is a massive disadvantage, and it's just not fun. And if you're not having fun playing your games, then what's the point? So yeah, if I have to mulligan twice, I normally just concede, move on to the next match. Mulliganing once is usually fine. And yeah, I would say about half of the matches that I play, I usually have to mulligan once. In Brawl, you get the first mulligan for free, which is nice. And I think even in the jump-in event, you get the first mulligan for free, which is really nice. Hey, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. All right, let's see. What's our win rate at? 5-4. We are still positive, but I need 5 more wins still. And then I can call it a night. Yeah. You have a favorite color that you like to play so far? Oh god. All right, see this opening hand, I have triple planes. I have no access to blue mana whatsoever. So I mulligan once. I go to 6. And this hand, I can keep it. Still not great, but I can keep it. I'll keep 6. I think I throw back the Fading Hope. I can consider on turn 1. Oh, nice. I don't need to. I was gonna say I can consider on turn 1 to try and draw towards more land if I need it. But we already drew into the 3rd land. I'm fine. So now I can just curve out Turtle on turn 1, Turtle on turn 2. Then on turn 3, I can just play Plagon and draw 3 cards. And like, I'm good. I'm set for the match. Turn 3, Plagon. On ETB, draw 3, which is fire. We draw into 3 straight lands. That is extremely unlucky. That's like crazy unlucky. You definitely favor green more than the other colors. I also really like the simplicity of mono decks, but most people seem to run 2 colors, if not more. Monocolor decks are definitely the most consistent. Oh my god. We just drew 3 cards. There's 3 lands in a row, and I just drew again For our turn, another land. I have 5 lands in my hand and 3 on the field already. 8 out of our top 13 cards were lands, and we're only running 22. That is so horrible. All right, we're going to consider and try to find a non-land card here. Thriving Turtle is not what we need. We have enough turtles. We need a way to deal damage. Ossification is not a way to deal damage, but we can use that to get rid of his Righteous Valkyrie. Righteous Valkyrie, very terrifying angel. Very popular. Kill her whenever you can. Yeah, I'm a white player. White is my favorite color to play. Although I don't like running board wipes, which is one of the things that mono white is really, really good at doing. Wiping the board. Oh, I guess we have Plague on to deal damage. I forget that he has the activated ability. Yeah. Draw reminds me of the EDH game I had the other day. I drew basic swamps for 8 turns in a row. That is depressing. Oof. That is big time rough. Let's see. Here I can activate Plague on 4 times, which is enough for all of our creatures. So I'm going to consider, we draw this Fading Hope, and now I'm just going to activate Plague on here. Oh, actually, we only need to activate Plague on 3 times. Because Plague on does not work with Riptide Turtle, because Riptide Turtle would still have Defender. I'm going to Fading Hope, bounce away his 2/5. Swing in. And we deal a bunch of damage, but only set our opponent to 15 because they've been gaining life. Yeah, again, monocolor decks, definitely the most consistent. I like them a lot. 2 colors, also solid. 3 and up, I don't like to run. I really, really dislike 3-color decks, but that's because I build budget decks. So even earlier when we were trying out 3-color decks with the turtles, it wasn't working, and it was clunky because our mana base was just wasn't good for 3 colors. So I would definitely agree to sticking to 1 or at most 2 colors. That's another land. All right, well, we're just going to activate Plague on 3 times. Swing out again. Jesus. So more colors doesn't necessarily mean better decks. I thought the more complex a deck is, the powerful it is, albeit way harder to pilot. Yeah, it's not necessarily true. Look, some decks are nuts. There'll be a 5-color deck, do crazy shenanigans, especially in like CEDH. A lot of them are running like 3 or 4 colors, but they're also running like the really powerful. I mean, they're running literally the most powerful games in the entirety of Magic. So like their mana base doesn't suffer because they're running the shock lands, the pain lands. They're running all of the really good dual lands. So they don't have to worry about the fact that they're running multiple colors. We're going to consider and once again try to find something. Thank you. That is a non-land card. Find Watley. We'll play her. I'm going to -3 her. Gain 5 life. We don't have to activate Plague on. We can just go to combat. He has a 4/5 blocker, so I'm just going to swing the Aegis Turtle. He probably just takes the 5. He does. Takes 5, goes down to 8. He's going to be able to swing with Valkyrie Harbinger next turn. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 4 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. I think, just lose the game. We don't have an answer for the Harbinger, and if he keeps making 4/4 tokens each turn, I don't see how we beat him. Keep in mind, I've just started playing Magic for the first time last week. Wow. Last week. You are a very new player. I've been around for a minute. I started playing back in 2017. So it's been like 9 years for me. I will check on the mono green elves. I've heard mono green landfall is really powerful too. We'll try to pick one of those. They are. There's a creature, Mossborn Hydra, which is extremely powerful for mono green landfall right now. If that card gets to stick around for like 2 turns, that's more land. All right, we're not gonna beat these flyers just by drawing lands and lands and lands. We're very slowly going to lose this over the next like 3 or 4 turns. So I'm just gonna concede right here. Yeah, Mossborn Hydra is crazy. It's been a long time since I've tried to build budget elves, but they are pretty budget friendly. Let me see if I have a list. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. If not, I'll try to let you know the best 1 or 2 elves to craft. Okay, let's see. What's nice is that a lot of the elves can help you with your landfall deck too, just to help you ramp. Let's see. If I was going to go mono green elves, I would run a full playset of Elvish Mystic and Llanowar elves. Now, as far as rare and mythic, now, elves are normally not a budget deck. People will run a full playset of Elvish Warmaster. That's 4 rares. Leaf Crown Visionary, it's another 4 rares. Elvish Archdruid, it's another 4 rares. You're at 12 rares right now. And then people will still run other things like Marwyn the Nurturer. People run just a ton of rare elves. And you don't need to. I know that I've tested which rare elf I think is the best. I think it was between Elvish Warmaster, 2 mana 2/2. Whenever one or more other elves you control enter, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn, and then for 7 mana, elves you control get +2/+2 and gain death touch until end of turn. I would say it's between that or Elvish Archdruid. Elvish Archdruid is 3 mana 2/2. Other elves you control get +1/+1, and then you can tap this to add a green mana for each elf you control. If I was going to start building mono green elves, these 2 are the first rares that I would start with. Yeah, if I were to run a budget deck, I could probably run 2 copies of each of them right now and be successful. Another good inclusion that I would highly recommend, and that doesn't always make the cut in elf decks, is Elvish Visionary. It's 2 mana 1/1 elf shaman. When it enters, draw a card. Green does not have a ton of card draw, so having something that synergizes with the rest of your deck and draws you a card, pretty good for 2 mana. Daiwin's Elite, Dwynen's Elite, pretty good. So far, you've got 6 mythics and 14 rares. Is that a good starting point to get a decent mono green? Oh, for sure. Let's see. You could make both of the decks that you want, because I believe, oh man, is Mossborn a rare or a mythic? It's a rare. Oh, you have 6 mythics and 14 rares. Yeah, you could make a Mossborn Hydra deck and a solid mono green elves deck. Let's see. Elvish Mystic, Llanowar Elves, Dwynen's Elite, Elvish Visionary. Let's see. Elf Token. Oh, Imperious Perfect. This is one of the better, uncommon elves that you can run too. It's 3 mana 2/2. Other elves you control get +1/+1. You can pay 1 green, tap this, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. That one is very good. It buffs your board and can help you go wider by making tokens. Elven Ambush is a fun card. I wouldn't run a full playset of it, but running 2 of them, it's pretty fun. 4 mana instant, you create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token for each elf you control. So for 4 mana, you get to double the size of your board. However many elves you have, boom. Now you got twice as many. Elfsworn Giant could work for either of your decks. It is a 5 mana 5/3 giant with reach and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. I wouldn't really use this for mono green elves. I think it's a little bit slow, but you could. What does it mean when a card's border is gold? Thought that indicated rarity at first, but realized that even some uncommons have gold borders. Do you mean like these ones? Like this card, Darling of the Masses? Because if so, it just means that it's a multicolored card. I don't know. Yeah. I'll be honest. Let me see. Let me look at them. Yeah, no, it just means multicolored. I was going to say, I don't know why this one has a different border, but it does. This one has gold as well, but on the top, there's an extra little design where it's half green, half black. Maybe they only do that for the legendary creatures. Queen Elenel has it. Izoni has it. Lathril has it. But then like Ledev Champion is not a legendary creature, and it doesn't have that extra design on the top. So I think that's... Oh, I guess that's it. I never noticed that before. That the rares got a little bit of extra flair at the top. Or the legendary creatures get a little bit of extra flair at the top. Oh yeah, let's see. Let me go 4 Elvish Warmaster. Then let's go 4 Elvish Archdruids. Go back to common and uncommon rares. Or common and uncommon elves. From here, who else would I add? 1 mana 1/1 hexproof elf doesn't sound terrible. This one seems really good. Virulent Emissary. 1 mana 1/1 death touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. A little bit of life gain never hurts, and it is another 1 mana elf that you can run. I'm gonna craft those. My last 3 uncommon wild cards. Yeah, don't craft anything yet. Don't do it. Let me test this out real quick. See if this deck list feels okay. If it does, I'll tell you to copy this one. I'm gonna cut out 2 forests. And I think I'm just gonna go with this hexproof one. Blade Cover Scout. I've never seen it before, but it seems decent. Oh, you know what? I think I used to run draw. A little bit of more draw in the deck. It's been a really long time since I've done elves. I did. I used to run Land of War Visionary. 3 mana, 2/2, elf druid. When it enters, draw a card, tap, add a green. In which case, I will get rid of the hexproof elf. Throw in a playset of Land of War Visionary. We have 22 lands. We have 2 copies of Elven Ambush. Yeah, let me try this out real quick. Oh god. And if it seems decent, I'll tell you you should copy it. Damn, you make deck building look easy. It will take me hours trying to decide how many of which cards to put in the deck. Yeah, you're fine. It comes with time, and deck building is honestly my favorite aspect about Magic. Look at that. I've already forgotten about the turtles because I was just excited to build something else real quick. Wow, that is a lot of Virulent Emissary. All right. Well, see how this new card, see how it does. So we'll go turn 1 Virulent Emissary. We could go for the turn 2 Dwynen's Elite. When this enters, if you control another elf, we create a 1/1 elf warrior creature token. Let's see. We got a lot of options for turn 2. All 3 of these would be good. I'm gonna go with the Elvish Visionary though. I'm gonna get the draw. If we draw into a 3rd land, that'd be very good for us. If not, it's fine. Swing in with the Virulent Emissary. Our opponent, I was gonna say, probably doesn't block with their Healer's Hawk. They take 1, they go to 19. Now our opponent's playing mono white life gain. This is gonna be a really good test for our deck. They destroy our 1/1. They give us a 1/1. Take that block. Take that trade. From here, I'm going to set up Land of War Elves, a Virulent Emissary. I want to set up the Land of War Elves so that way next turn we can have 3 mana. Ramping with your mana dorks is one of the ways that Elves really tries to get ahead on board. Ooh, perfect. So now we have 4 mana this turn, which is sick. We can play an Elvish War Master. When it enters, we gain a life because of the Emissary. We play the second Elvish War Master. That triggers the first one. We make an Elf token. We gain 2 life. We gain 3 life off of that. And now we can swing in with 2 1/1s. We're at 25 life. Our opponent's at 17. We have 7 1/1 creatures on the board. He has 1 1/1 creature. What is up, Kior EDH? Is this budget by rarity or budget by IRL price just transferred to Arena? It is by rarity, my friend. We're gonna play Dwynen's Elite here. I messed up the sequencing, but that's okay. We gain a bunch of tokens here. We just made 3 more tokens. We gained a bunch of life, and I should have played this Virulent Emissary first. But yeah, the deck only uses, actually, we just dump our whole hand. My budget decks only use a total of 4 rare/mythic cards each. All right, if he has a board wipe, we just lose. That's usually kind of typical for, you know, token decks. It is what it is. Yeah, he's got a board wipe. He said, oops, like I could have done anything about that. All right, so we lose game 1. He had a board wipe. It is what it is. I do love those 1 to 2 drops. Feels like it ramps up so fast with a bunch of drops. It did. And our opening hand, it was awkward. Having 3 of the Death Touch 1 drops, that was a lot, and we didn't really have any of our mana dorks on turn 1, which we really should. We're running 8 1-drop mana dorks. It's like playing rock, paper, scissors at that point. Yeah. Yeah, even when I thought he was just going to be mono white life gain, it was going to be a close match, I think. This opening hand looks much better. We have 3 lands, and we have a 1, 2, 3 curve, plus mana dorks. So, like, this match should go way more smoothly. Turn 1, Land of War Elves. Turn 2, we have 3 mana available. Next turn, we will have 4 mana available. I'm going to play the Elvish War Master here. Swing in, deal 1 damage. Next turn, we'll see if we top deck another 2-drop. If we do, that would be optimal. Opponent's going to play Bitter Blossom. They'll make a 1/1 fairy at the beginning of their upkeep. We don't find another 2-drop, so we're going to play Land of War Visionary and hope we top deck a 1-drop here. We hit another land. We're kind of flooding out a little bit. Swing in for 3, set our opponent to 16. We managed to get any draw engines into the deck, or is this more of a dump hand and then top deck? We do not have a lot of draw in this deck. Well, we have 8 draw cards, actually. We have a playset of Elvish Visionary for draw and Land of War Visionary. So we technically have 8 cards that can draw. It's a pretty good amount. We're going to play Imperious Perfect here, which is great to see. We're going to drop Dwynen's Elite here, make a token, swing in with a 3/3 and a 2/2. Our opponent's going to chump block 1, take 2, they go down to 13. Urbrask's Forge, that's fine. That card is slow. Can block his 1/1 token, and that's game over. Yes, but Kyor, this is... I assume your name is said like Kyor. This is not one of my typical budget decks. This one is running 8 rares, and I'm testing it out for Temiz. He's a newer player, and one of the decks he was interested in running is Mono Green Elves. Mono Green Elves and Mono Green Landfall. Kyor, yeah. So yeah, this one has 8 rares in it, which is more than I would normally run. But overall, I mean, it's still pretty budget. For rares right now, we have a playset of Elvish Archdruid and Elvish War Master, because I think these are the 2 best rare elves that you can run. You really like the deck so far. Is there any way to import the deck, or do I have to go 1 by 1? I can throw this on my Mox field, which I assume that I can link. All right, I'm go Elvish, a Mystic. Actually, can I share it from here? I can get you the deck list after this match. Oh, look, it's a mirror match. Our opponent is also playing mono green elves. Potentially. So how do we race them? I'm going to try to race them by playing our Elvish War Master here. Play out our second mana dork. We get a 1/1 token. Elvish War Master, we need 7 mana to activate its ability so that elves we control get +2/+2 and gain Death Touch on turn. Are there any snow permanent related elves? There are. There's at least one snow elf. Now, this is going to be tough for us because our opponents, they are not running a budget deck, probably. They're going to be running literally all of the good rares. Ooh, actually, this is an uncommon. This should be in our deck. Priest of Titania is a 2-mana 1/1 tap, add a green for each elf on the battlefield. In the mirror match, that is insane. That taps for 7, 8, probably 9, 10 mana next turn. We're going to lose because that card is going to destroy us. Because in the mirror match, that's nuts. That needs to be in our deck for sure. Yeah, and there is at least one snow elf, but I don't think it's good or like really noteworthy. Our opponent plays Elvish War Master. Because of his Priest of Titania, he can activate this twice. One of his rares in the deck is Leaf Crown Visionary. Yeah, he has 13 floating green. That's crazy. We would have been in a good spot if it wasn't for this priest. All right, I'm going to concede this because that's nuts. He's got 13 floating. He can activate his Elvish War Master twice. We're not going to win that match. Let me see if I want to add. All right, well, first, I'm going to look up snow. I'm going to show you that snow elf. There's 2 of them. Sculptor of Winter, 2-mana 2/2 elf rogue. You can tap this to untap target snowland. So it's just like a slow mana dork. And Boreal Outrider, 3-mana 3/2 elf warrior. When you cast creature spell, if snow of any of that spell's colors was spent to cast it, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. It's also just kind of slow. Yeah. So I don't think they're great. But let me see Titania. That's a lot of ramp. I like the idea of Elven Ambush, but it's probably just a little bit greedy. We could probably lower our curve even more. Our average CMC is 2. Man. I kind of want a full playset of Priest of Titania, but that means I need to cut 2 cards. The cards I'm considering removing would be Dwynen's Elite, or maybe 2 of our mana dorks. Maybe even less force, like 20. 20 lands is pretty bold, but we do have a lot of mana dorks, and Priest of Titania is a turbo mana dork for our deck. I like that. I like that. Let me try one more match real quick with her in the deck, and then I'll send you the list. Actually, I could probably send you the list off of my Untapped. Yeah, once this match starts, my deck should update on my Untapped account. See, and make a new folder on Moxfield. Let's call it Other for now. Go new deck. We'll call this Double Budget Elves. Historic, public. And as soon as we get into this match, should be able to get you the deck. Assuming we get into this match. Interesting. Double budget. You like the sound of that? Yes, it is double the budget. All right, just give me an opponent, any opponent. I just need to get into the game. There we go. All right, you know, I still gotta wait until after this. Okay, let's play this game real quick. It feels good. I'll send you the deck list. Elvish Visionary on 2. We get to draw a card. Nice. Next turn we have 3 mana. So we're going to set up the Elvish Archdruid, which can tap to add a green for each elf we control. Ooh, I could go for the draw with Elvish Visionary as well. Or Llanowar Visionary. No, we'll go Elvish Archdruid, swing in with a 2/2, set our opponent to 18. Next turn, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6 or 7 mana if I play things right. I'm gonna go Dwynen's Elite into Dwynen's Elite. Elvish Archdruid is now tapping for 6 mana. We'll tap that, play the Elvish Visionary. We have 4 floating. We get to draw a card. We'll then go into Llanowar Visionary on ETB. We get to draw a card. There's a chance we hit a 1-drop there. So we could have used our last floating, but we did not hit it. That's okay. Say no attacks because our opponent has a 4/4. Now, next turn, we get to drop the Imperious Perfect. You want to drop your Lord last. So that way, you know, it affects as many bodies as possible. And look how wide our board is. It's huge. It's massive. Our opponent has 1 big blocker. It's the 4/4. That's not going to be enough to save him from all this pressure. He's got a couple of chump blockers with the 2/2 and the 1/1. But all of our creatures are going to be 3/3s or bigger. Him swinging Miglaws, if he does not give this Vigilance, is insane. I don't even know if it can gain Vigilance. It can. He could have paid 1, removed an oil counter from it to give it Vigilance. Opponent says good game because this is game over. Good game. I was gonna swing out there. I wasn't even gonna bother playing out the rest of our hand. I was just gonna try to swing for damage. We're gonna swing how much total damage? 12 plus another 15, 27 damage there. He could block, 12 of it, but still. That was good, and that's about how explosive elves should be. All right. Let me go to my deck. Let's see. I will name it that. We'll export it. Deck list has been copied. I'll go to my Mox field. I'll paste in the list. Great. Double budget elves. Cool. It is public. And from here, share, copy URL. And you are on YouTube. Okay. All right, try that link. I'm gonna run it back. I'm gonna run another one. And then when this still feels good, because the deck should just be solid. Because yeah, it definitely does have a bite for sure, unless we get board wiped. I can throw together a quick list with I can throw together a quick landfall deck list too with Mossborn Hydra, which will feature some of our elves. Turn 1 Llanowar Elves or Elvish Mystic. So that way you can cast your Mossborn Hydra on 2 is very good. Ooh, we're going up against Is It Otters. Is It Otters is one of the more powerful decks in Standard right now. I'm excited to see how this is going to work. I think it'd be better to try and go wide, but we're missing a 1-drop here, which is unfortunate. I can go Llanowar maybe. If I play the Elvish Archdruid, I think it's just going to die here. So I'm going to set up the Llanowar Visionary. If our opponent has removal and they decide to use it on Llanowar Visionary, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to cry about that. And then next turn, we could go Elvish Warmaster into Dwynen's Elite and then make like 3. So I copied the deck list for Arena, but can't find how to import it. I made a new empty deck, but can't see any import option. Oh, so before you create a new deck, go back to where you can see all of your decks. At the bottom, there's a little circle button. I think it's a circle that says import deck list. You got it? Nice. Yeah. And then on the right side in the deck list, there should just be a craft all button. You should be able to just click that. Boom. It'll give you everything you need. Opponent's going to swing a 2-2. We say no blocks. They did not kill either of our elves, which is very good for us. We got 5 mana here, which is nuts. So I'm going to go Elvish Archdruid. Into Elvish Warmaster. I sequenced that incorrectly. Should have been Elvish Warmaster first, so we could get a token. That's my bad. I don't normally play elves. I play against them a lot, but I don't normally play them. He wiped our board. That hurts. That hurts a lot. So I guess we'll go with Imperious Perfect. We can try to rebuild a little bit. I don't know if it'll be enough. 15 uncommon, 12 common, and 8 rare craft. Not bad at all. Thank you so much for this. No problemo. All right, so from here, play Elvish Archdruid. Dwynen's Elite. We make a token. We swing in with a 3/3. Our opponent takes a 3. They go down to 17. As long as they don't board wipe us a second time, we should be fine. Yeah, and like I said, after this match, I'll throw a quick list together with Mossborn Hydra. And then that'll use your last 4 rares, though. Oh, actually, you said you have at least 1 common, or 1 copy of Mossborn, right? Didn't you say it came with one of the free decks? That Demon Bolt hurt us. Yeah, I can't believe his removal spell is good enough. Cinderclasm. 1 in red with an instant kicker for another red. Deal 1 damage to each creature. If it was kicked, it deals 2 damage to each creature instead. Man, that really messed us up. Priest of Titania. That is not really what we were hoping to see here. His 4/4 is just walling us out. It's too big. If we could top deck an Elvish Warmaster, that would be perfect. Yeah, that's our best top deck. Because we have enough mana. Oh my, all right, he's got the second board wipe. We're just out of here. Unlucky. Found both of his board wipes in like the top 10 of his library, and he's got an 80 card deck. That's crazy. It's very unlucky for us. Do you have the one Mossborn Hydra? Because if you do, I want to steal your last rare. If you have one Mossborn Hydra, then I want to use 3 of your rares for the last 3 copies of that. Well, there's also a work in Pioneer and Standard, and yes, I do have 2 Mossborn Hydras. That's dope. Definitely would not work in Standard. Let me see about Pioneer. In Pioneer, it's pretty close. You would have to swap out Priest of Titania. That's the only card that's not Pioneer legal. Actually, let's see if Heroic Intervention is. It is. I want you to craft 1 copy of Heroic Intervention. It's 1 in a green for an instant. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Oh, never mind, it's 2 Tadiovas, only 1 Mossborn. That's still fine. I'm going to use 1 of your rares for a Heroic Intervention. I want you to throw this in the deck. For 2 mana, you get an instant. Your whole board becomes indestructible. And it gets hexproof. This 1 of copy can protect your entire board from a board wipe and keep you in the game. I would throw in 1 of those and cut out what do I cut? Honestly, maybe 1 Priest of Titania. Yeah, it's up to you. To fit in the Heroic Intervention, either cut 1 Priest of Titania or 1 of your 1-drops. I think any of them would be fine to cut out. Maybe just 1 of the Virulent Emissaries. And then throw in a Heroic Intervention. It will feel so good when you're able to cast this and protect your board from a board wipe. And it should be able to blow your opponent out of the water. All right. Let's see about Mossborn. Full playset of Mossborn. Full playset of Elvish Mystic. Land of War Elves, full playset. Let's see. Is there a good way to tutor the Mossborn Hydra? On a budget? Maybe. Search, library, creature, elf. There is an elf that can tutor creatures. It's only 6 or greater. There's Fierce Empath. 3 mana 1/1 elf. When it enters, you may search your library for each creature card with mana value 6 or greater, reveal it, put in your hand, and shuffle. But that cannot find our Hydra. That's okay. Actually, you name some other landfall creatures you have, right? I like Baloth. Is it rampaging Baloths that you have? And then, let's see. Yes. It seems like I only have standard play unlocked for now. There's no way. How many copies do you have of each? Is it just 1 and 1? Does the game really restrict your formats when you start? That sounds crazy. I feel like I made a new account not even that long ago, and I don't remember being restricted. I was pretty sure I was able to hop into historic right away. Yeah, how many copies of each do you have? And while you look that up, I'm gonna look up some more landfall that I like. Kazandu Nectar Pot. I'm a fan of this card. Ooh, Chocobos. You need the Chocobos. After all of that, let's see. It is one of each, yeah. Yeah, the game is really not teaching you how to unlock things. I've just now unlocked Brawl after playing 5 unranked standard. So probably get them all at some point. That's crazy. Um, check something for me real quick. I don't know if you played through the tutorial of the game, like the color challenge and stuff already. I don't know if you played through all of that. But I feel like I remember that there was an option, if you click on your adjust options in the top right, that there used to be a button down here. You maybe had to click account. I'm pretty sure there was a button that said, like, just right here, it said like skip tutorial or something. See if that's there for you. And if it is, see if you can click on it. Hopefully it exists. And hopefully clicking on it will unlock all the other formats for you. Because limiting formats to new players is kind of dumb. Your privacy choices, no. Report a bug, no. Privacy policy, no. No, I think it had to be under account. I've done all the colors and starter deck. I did hear about just skipping all the tutorials, but people are saying by doing that, you miss on some rewards. That's not actually true. You don't miss on any rewards. You really just can't select historic. So when you go to click find match, brawl, ranked, play, when you click on play and click on historic play, you just can't play it. It just isn't highlighted. Do any decks show up here? Because let's see, for the Mox Field, I made the deck historic legal. When you ported it in, it should also show up as historic. Hopefully. The issue could be that the game doesn't think that you have any historic legal decks. No, that doesn't make sense either, because if you have a standard legal deck, every card that's legal and standard is... There's only standard and bot match. What the fuck? Yeah, did you check your account settings? I'm reading something on Reddit. Someone had the same issue. They said, when do all formats unlock via normal progression? Someone said, I do not play a lot of MTGA, so I don't have access to other ranked formats aside from Alchemy. Their current status is they finished the Spark tutorial, beat the color challenges, and have already played Jump In and a quick draft. They're currently on Bronze 3, and they're asking when they will unlock the other modes. Oh, I see. They added a picture. Yeah. And their Brawl is locked. And in the ranked, yeah, they only have Alchemy ranked listed. Oh, yeah, dude. Someone in the comments was telling them to go to your accounts and then unlock all of your formats. I would say just do that. Because, yeah, I've done it before, and I still got all of the basic decks from the color challenge. They still got unlocked, too. Like, I wasn't penalized for skipping the tutorial. Let's see. All right. Anyway, we need ways to put lands onto the battlefield. Oh yeah, there's just an unlock all modes button. Sick. You should click on that. I'm gonna go with Explore. I think Explore is a pretty good card. And I'm gonna go with Harrow. I'm a big fan of Harrow. Forests or green cards. Let's see. One Gate to Manaborn seems good. Give me the one gingerbread cabin. Okay. I'm gonna try out this deck list. All right, hopefully this deck list won't use up too many of your, or won't, yeah, hopefully this won't cost too many uncommons. I don't know how many you have left. But this uses 4 for you, 4 for you. It's going to use at least 8 more uncommons. 9. All right, opening hand. That is a whole lot of Llanowar Elves. It's a little bit more than I'm looking for. That's a Mossborn Hydra, though. We'll take that. And our opponent plays Llanowar Elves. All right, we're going to play our own Llanowar Elves on 1. And next turn, we get to play the Mossborn Hydra. Just like I said, on turn 2, you can play Mossborn Hydra. And it's just crazy. Swing into Ruby, take the damage. We play the Hydra. And now if we get to survive, we'll be in a crazy position. It does not die yet. Our opponent does still have 2 mana available. Oh, you know what I forgot to add to this deck, though? The Heroic Intervention. That'd be good to include in here, too. I'm going to explore so we can play an additional land this turn. It's perfect. We play our Chocobo. Play a land. Chocobo gets a +1/+1 counter. Mossborn Hydra gets its trigger. Play Gingerbread Captain. Because we control 3 other forests, we make a token, a food token on ETB. And now we have 2 mana. We can play the side quest. We make another Chocobo. We say no attacks. All we need now is, honestly, to top deck another land for next turn. Or if we could find, oh, our opponent scoops. They couldn't handle the Mossborn Hydra. All right, well, that was pretty quick. Pretty good. Now the question is Explore really the best option? Let's see, search, basic. We could run environmental scientists, which I have been liking. It's 2 mana 2/2. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. It helps guarantee that you hit your land drops. We could also run Reclaim the Wastes. It's 1 mana, search your library for a basic, put it in your hand, but then you can kick it for 4 mana, search your library for 2 basics instead. Bushwhack, it gives us option for a fight spell if we need it. Studious First Year would be good too. 1 mana, 1/1. Then on turn 2, you can cast Rampant Growth. Search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. There's just a lot of really good options here. Trying to decide how important the draw is. Do I really need 8 1-drop creatures? Or 8 mana dorks on 1? No. I'm going to cut down 2 of the Land of War Elves. I'm going to cut down 2 copies of Harrow. And I think I'm just going to go with a full playset of Cultivate in here. That helps guarantee that we have lands in hand to play for turn, and this helps us ramp an additional land during the turn that we cast it. I think this is probably better. Because just in that first match alone, we were already hoping to top deck a land. And that's not a position that a landfall deck ever wants to be in. You should never run out of lands in your hand. It's not good. Cultivate will help keep our hand full of forests. Okay. Its opening hand seems fine. I won't lie, I didn't even bother reading this card. Side quest, Raise a Jacobo. 1 in a green for an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. It transforms into Black Jacobo, which is a 2/2 creature bird. When this permanent transforms into Black Jacobo, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Sick. And then it has landfall. Whenever land you control enters, birds you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. That's nice. So turn 2, we will play the side quest. Next turn, we do have enough mana to play the Mossborn Hydra. I think the chances of our opponents running removal are pretty high, though. Do I risk the Hydra just dying? Next turn, we have 4 mana. We're probably just going to cast Cultivate. Yeah, I'll play out the Hydra. If they have removal, they have removal. They'll use it now. It is what it is. They play out a Land of War Elves. It's fine. Oh, they play our Land of War Elves. They stole that from our deck, which is very rude. They're stealing more cards from our deck. Second Land of War Elves. Ooh. Okay. Not every landfall deck runs the card Harrow, but this is why you should. Harrow says, as an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a land. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on the battlefield, then shuffle. Notably, it does not say put them onto the battlefield tapped. So watch, I'm going to cast Harrow, sacrifice one of our forests. We get to tutor 2 of them from our deck, put it on the battlefield. That's 2 landfall triggers for our Mossborn Hydra. But now those 2 lands that we just tutored, we can use immediately Now we have 3 mana available still. I can now cultivate, search another forest, put on the battlefield. That is a third or fourth landfall trigger that we're getting for that turn. Because I also played the gingerbread cabin for land, or as our land for turn. So that was about to be our 4th landfall trigger. Our Mossborn Hydra was already going to be a 16/16, and our opponent just scooped because that was too much. Too much in one turn. Harrow is sick. Harrow is a phenomenal landfall card, and not everyone runs it. But they should. The fact that the lands come in untapped is nuts. Maybe I don't need Summon Fat Chocobo. I could cut that, add this Harrow, and then add in the Heroic Intervention. Three Harrows. How many 2-drops do we have? 1, 2, 3. I think I go 3 Cultivates, 4 Harrows. All right, if this next match goes well, I would say that this would be a good starting point for a Mossborn Hydra deck. I'll throw this onto my Mox field as well. I'll throw the link into the chat, and then I will probably call it a day there, because it's starting to get late, and I've got to get up in like 5-ish hours. Go hang out with my cousin. All right, turn 1, Elvish Mystic. Opponent's going to play Planar Genesis. Blue and a green, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. If you don't, put a card from among them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Let's see. This turn, I go Chocobo, land for turn, side quest, raise a Chocobo. I had to sequence that correctly to make sure that our 1-drop Chocobo got the +1/+1 counter. Next turn, we'll have access to 4 mana, which is a lot. We can cast Harrow. We'll get 2 mana back. We'll still have 3 mana available. Yeah, next turn is sick. Next turn, we go Chocobo, the 1-drop Chocobo again. Oh my god, can we double Harrow? No, that's okay though. This is still going to be nuts. We Harrow, sack our forest. Grab 2 more forests, which come in untapped. We got 2 more landfall triggers. We can play our second side quest, raise a Chocobo. Swing in for 9 damage, we set our opponent to 11. They don't have a board wipe. I don't see us losing. At the beginning of your first main phase, you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. And both of our enchantments are about to flip. Which means 2 more landfall triggers. Boom, forest. Our opponent scoops. That was disgusting. Did I have fun in the match? Hell yeah, I had fun in that match. Okay, yeah. This one's good enough. I'm gonna go with quick Mossborn. I'll export this deck list. I'm gonna go to that same spot on my Mox field. I'm gonna go to the same folder, just other. Create a new deck. Quick Mossborn. Paste in the list. Paste. Create. I couldn't find Harrow for some reason. So let me add that back into the deck. $60 main deck. Okay. Should be good. Oh, dude, I forgot we had Kazandu Nectar Pot in the deck. I didn't even see it. Okay, copy URL. Hop back over to YouTube. All right. That is the deck link to the Mossborn Hydra deck. And that is gonna wrap it up for me. Landfall deck just went 3-0. Pretty good. Pretty good start. Oh, no problem, dude. Yeah. Now, I think these are very solid options to use your wild cards on. Again, Mossborn Hydra is one of the nuttiest cards that's just out right now. And then Mono Green Elves is one of the oldest archetypes in Magic, and it's not going anywhere. I think overall, very good. Good cards to spend your wild cards on. Yeah, man. Yeah. Should check out the videos if they interest you. They're just budget decks, bunch of different things. Only use 4 rares. So, you know, in the future, once you get some more wild cards, if any of those decks interest you, you should be able to craft it. Shouldn't take you too long to build up more wild cards. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. It was cool. It was nice having you in the stream. It was nice having some goals for decks to build. Because yeah, like I said, it's been a very long time since I've built a mono green elf deck. But it was nice to get into it. And I haven't built a Mossborn Hydra deck because everyone's built a Mossborn Hydra deck already on YouTube and everyone's playing it on standard, on ladder. So I actually haven't played with the card really. But I liked it. And it was fun playing with decks that use more than 4 rares. Because I normally don't do that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you have a good night, or at this point, morning. I don't know which coast you're on. It could be 5 in the morning for you. But yeah, I am out of here.